Bonjour, ça va? Hi, welcome to Français Intensif, my intensive French course for beginners. My name is Camille Pacola, and I'm going to be your teacher of French throughout this course. This course is for total beginners, by which I mean I assume that you have no knowledge whatsoever of the French language. Well, in this course we're going to cover really the very basics of language like spelling and pronunciation, stress rules, accents, etc. And then in later sections, we're going to have a look at each part of the language one by one. So we're going to have a look at French nouns, verbs, adjectives, adverbs, pronouns, prepositions, and so on. What is quite important throughout this course is practice. I would stress this word and say that practice is the most important part of this course. And this is why I think you shouldn't neglect it. And there are a lot of opportunities throughout this course to practice, because each lecture consists not only of a video in which the theoretical part is introduced, along with some examples, but there are also exercises, both audio exercises and written exercises. And it's very important for you to follow all these exercises and do them. Well, the only two things that are required in this course are time and eagerness. Well, time because you have to devote some time to the process of learning. Well, it's impossible to learn without learning. And eagerness because I want you to want to learn. I want you to be eager to learn and to master all the ins and outs of the language. Well, some people say that French is quite difficult. I wouldn't say so, because it's as difficult as you make it. French grammar is not particularly complex. I would say it's comparable with English. What is a little bit more complicated is spelling and pronunciation, because there are lots of sounds in French which are not exactly the same as in English. And this is why we have all these exercises and the opportunities to practice in this course, so that you can overcome all the initial difficulties. And I really hope you will be a fluent speaker of French after you finish this course. Naturally, it's just the basics, but everything you will learn later on must be based on the basics. So it's very important to master the basics very well. Okay, well, I think it's enough talking. Let's get to work. A bientôt! In this lecture, we'll learn some basic spelling rules. Generally, French spelling is easy because there are rules to follow, unlike in English. So, if you master all the rules, you'll always know how to pronounce a word correctly, unless it's a nasty exception. But no worries, there aren't many exceptions. Unfortunately, it isn't true the other way around, by which I mean if you hear a word and want to write it down, there are usually lots of different ways to do it. Okay, enough talking, let's get to work. In this lecture, we'll have a look at the 3 simple rules. Rule number 1. CH is pronounced like sh in the English word chez. Here are some examples. Chat, chose, machine. And now a short exercise. Read the examples aloud. Chat, chose, machine. Okay, now rule number 2. This is easy too. Whenever you see I, pronounce it like I in the English word me. For example, ami, il, vite. And now a short exercise. Read the examples. Ami, il, vite. And finally, rule number 3. Now something different. Whenever you see QU, pronounce it like C in the English word cat. For example, quelle, banque, qui. And a short exercise. Repeat. Quelle, banque, qui. Okay, so now you know the first 3 spelling rules. Let's recap. CH is pronounced like sh in she. I is pronounced like E in me. QU is pronounced like C in cat. In the previous lecture, we learned the first 3 spelling rules. In this lecture, we'll revise them briefly, and then we'll move on to 3 new ones. Fine, so let's have another look at the rules we already know. Rule number 1. CH is pronounced like sh in she. Rule number 2. I is pronounced like E in me. Rule number 3. QU is pronounced like C in cat. Let's now move on to the next rule. Although this sound may be pronounced in a couple of different ways, depending on its position in the word, we can assume that the pronunciation of S in initial position is like S in the English word see. Here are some examples. Ça, si, salut. And now you read the examples. Ça, si, salut. Now it's time for something more challenging. How do I pronounce the S with this little hook below? This letter doesn't exist in English. Well, it's pronounced just like S in the English word see, which is exactly the same as S in the initial position as discussed before. Here are some examples. Français, ça, leçon. And now let's repeat. Français, ça, leçon. Okay, the next rule, rule number 6. This one is quite easy to pronounce because actually you don't pronounce it at all. H is always silent in French. Have a look. Homme, au, cahier. And now you read the examples. Homme, au, cahier. Fine, it's time to recap, and here are the 3 new rules again. So S is pronounced like S in C. C with a little hook called cedilla is pronounced also like S in C. And H is silent. Hi, this section is all about French spelling and pronunciation. Well, as far as pronunciation is concerned, French pronunciation is very characteristic. So I'm sure, even if you don't know this language, and if you hear someone speaking this language, you will recognize it as French, because of how it sounds. Well, in French, there are quite a lot of sounds which do not occur in English, and this is why we have to take our time to practice them and to master them well. Well, but I also have good news. The good news is that French spelling is quite regular, by which I mean if you master the rules of French spelling, then you will almost always know how to read a word, how to pronounce it correctly. Because if you master the rules, you will always keep to the rules and read correctly. But unfortunately, it doesn't work the other way around, by which I mean if you hear something in French that you don't know, there are usually 10, 15 ways how to write it down, which makes it a bit more difficult, but of course it doesn't mean it's impossible to master. In this section, we're also going to talk about the French alphabet, the French stress rules, and French accents. So, let's get to work. Let's learn about French spelling and pronunciation. In this lecture, we learn the French alphabet. As you look at it, it looks familiar. Basically the same letters as in English. What differs dramatically is the names of the letters. They're totally different than in English. It's a good idea to learn them because they may come in handy when you have to spell your name or something. So here is the French alphabet. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Let's repeat. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Now practice the French alphabet a couple of times and then you will be ready for the next exercise. So if you're ready for the exercise now, let's spell the following words. Well, to make things easier for now, you can have a look at the names of the letters below. So, the first word is chaud, number 1. How do we spell it? Try to spell it and then let's check if you were correct. So, the correct spelling is C, H, A, U, D. Fine. Number 2 is the word bien. Now spell this word, please. And the answer is B-I-E-N. The next word is je. And the spelling is Y-E-U-X. Number 4, we have jardin. And the spelling is J-A-R-D-I-N. Fine. Number 5, we have faire. Spell this word now, please. F-A-I-R-E. Number 6 is musique. Now spell this word, please. M-U-S-I-Q-U-E. Number 7 is kilo. And the spelling is K-I-L-O. Number 8 is wagon. And the spelling is W-A-G-O-N. Number 9 is 13. And the spelling is T-R-E-I-Z-E. And finally, number 10 is pouvoir. The spelling is P-O-U-V-O-I-R. O-I-R. Fine, it was great. Well, the next exercise is a bit more difficult. Now spell the following words again, but this time try to do the exercise without looking at the alphabet. So now have a look at each of the following words and try to spell it. Number 1. C-H-A-U-D. Number 2. B-I-E-N. Number 3. Y-E-U-X. Number 4. J-A-R-D-I-N. Number 5. F-A-I-R-E. Number 6. M-U-S-I-Q-U-E. Number 7. K-I-L-O. Number 8. W-A-G-O-N. Number 9. T-R-A-I-Z-E. Number 10. P-O-U-V-O-I-R. In this lecture, we'll talk about French consonants. Most of them are easy to learn because of their similarities to English ones, but some of them are pronounced in a different way. We will focus here on those which might turn out problematic to a speaker of English. Let's start with the letter C. Before vowels like A, O, U, as well as before consonants, this letter is pronounced like C in the English word car. Before E and I, it's pronounced like S in the English word see. It's also pronounced like this when it has the form of C with a cedilla, with a hook. Have a look. Car, couleur, aucun, acteur. C'est, merci, ça. Now a short exercise. Read the following words. Acteur, aucun, ça, car, c'est, couleur, merci. CH. You already know this one. It sounds like sh in the English word chez. Have a look. Chat, chose, machine. And now you read the following words. Chat, chose, machine. G. This sounds like G in the English word go when followed by A, O, U or a consonant. Before E, I and Y, it sounds like G in the English word genre. Or like SI in the English word vision. Have a look. Gare, gourmet, grain, Georges, givre. And a short exercise again. Read the following words. Gare, Georges, givre, gourmet, grand. GUE, GUI. If you want G to be pronounced like G in go when it's followed by E or I, you must insert an additional U immediately after it. What you get is GUE or GUI, which are pronounced like G in the English words get and give respectively. Have a look. Guerre, muguet, guichet. Now you read the following words. Guerre, guichet, muguet. GN. If G is followed by N, they both produce a soft sound like GN in the Italian word lasagna, or very much like N in the English word canyon. This sound also can be found in Spanish, where it's spelled with N with a tilde. Have a look. Peignoir, montagne, régner. And now read the following words. Montagne, peignoir, régner. H. As you know, this sound is always silent. Homme, haricot, cahier. So read the following words now. Cahier, haricot, homme. J. This letter is pronounced like G before E and I, so it sounds like G in the English word genre or like SI in the English word vision. Have a look. Jambe, bonjour, jardin. And now read the following words. Bonjour, jambe, jardin. Q. Q is usually followed by U, but sometimes it sits alone. In both cases, it sounds like C in the English word cat. Have a look. Quel, quelquefois, cinq. And now read the following words. Cinq, quel, quelquefois. R. Well, this is a typical French gargling sound produced in the back of the throat. Listen to this. Rouge, riche, Pierre. And now try to read the following words and remember to gargle a bit. Pierre, riche, rouge. S. And another one we already know. Let's just add that there is one more pronunciation possible. Between two vowels, it sounds like Z in the English word zip. Have a look. Son, salut, fausse. Présent, osé, isolateur. And now read the following words. Fausse, isolateur, osé. Présent, salut, son. TION. In the ending TION, T sounds like S in the English word set. So this ending sounds like sion. Have a look. Nation, tradition, caution. And now read the following words. Caution, nation, tradition. TH. TH sounds just like T in the English word ten. Have a look. Te, ton, théâtre. And now read the following words. Thé, théâtre, ton. X. Before a consonant, this letter is pronounced like X in the English word tax. Before a vowel, it usually sounds like X in the English word exam. In the final position, it sometimes sounds like S in the English word sit. Have a look. Expression, extensif, examen, exemple, 6, 10. And now read the following words. 10, examen, exemple, expression, extensif, 6. And now it's time to learn the French vowels and semi-vowels. Many of them are pronounced in a different way than in English. There are also quite a few that do not exist in English at all, the most characteristic ones being nasal vowels. How a vowel is pronounced is often influenced by its surroundings. That's why a vowel may be pronounced in a slightly different way when on its own and when it's followed by a particular consonant or another vowel. A. This letter is pronounced like A in the English word father. So A. Have a look. Tasse, là-bas, patte. As you can see, there are 3 different spellings here, and the first one is quite plain, and then we have some accents. But all these 3 spellings have the same pronunciation, A. Now read the following words. Là-bas, patte, tasse. AIL. This letter combination is pronounced like Y in the English word my. So we pronounce it I. Have a look. Travail, I. Chandail. Read the following words. I. Chandail. Travail. E-R, E-Z, E-S. These letters and letter combinations are pronounced more or less like A in the English word may, without the Y part being pronounced. This is a closed A, so the pronunciation is something like E. Have a look. Prêt, allez, venez, mais. So you keep your mouth quite closed. And now read the following words. Allez, mais, prêt, venez. Plain A and A with accents plus double consonants. Final AT, AI, EI. These letters and letter combinations are pronounced more or less like E in the English word set. This is an open E, so we pronounce it like E. Have a look. Mère, tête, belle, secret, mais, neige. And now read the following words. Belle, mais, mère, neige, secret, tête. E in one-syllable words. EU. These letters and letter combinations are pronounced more or less like U in the English word dull. In order to pronounce this sound, try to say the closed E sound, rounding your lips at the same time. This is a closed version of this sound. So the pronunciation is something like E. Have a look. Le, peu, bleu. Read the following words. Bleu, le, peu. EUR, OEU, OEUR. These letter combinations are pronounced just like the previous ones, but more open. In order to pronounce this sound, try to say the open E sound, rounding your lips at the same time. This is an open version of this sound. Have a look. Fleur, œuf, sœur. Well, you can come across two spellings here. One is with this strange looking letter where O and E seem to be merged, but on other occasions you can come across the same words with O and E written separately. And whether these two letters are written as one letter, just like here, or as two separate letters, it's just the same. And in the future lectures we're going to use mostly the split spelling with the two letters written separately, because it's easier to type them on the keyboard. And now read the following words. Fleur, œuf, sœur. EIL, EILL, EILLE. This letter combination is pronounced like A in the English word day. A. Have a look. Marseille, meilleur, veille. Now read the following words. Marseille, meilleur, veille. Plain I with an accent, Y, IE in final position. These letters and letter combinations are pronounced like EE in the English word meat. E. Have a look. Cri, il, I, bougie. And now read the following words. Bougie, cri, il, I. Now I or Y plus a vowel. These letter combinations are pronounced like Y in the English word yes. I. Have a look. Bien, pioche, je. Read the following words. Bien, pioche, je. ILL. This letter combination is pronounced like E in the English word feed, followed by a Y sound like in day. I. Fille, famille, billard. So, read the following words. Billard, famille, fille. Final O before S, O with an accent, AU, AUX, EAU, EAUX. Well, all these combinations here are the closed version of O. So it's pronounced something like this. O. Have a look. Vélo, rose, hôtel, auto, eau, cadeau, pot. Now read the following words. Auto, eau, pot, cadeau, hôtel, rose, vélo. O plus consonant. O is pronounced like an open O in the English word nose when it's followed by a consonant other than S. Bonne, pomme. And now read the following words. Bonne, pomme. O-I-U-A. These diphthongs are pronounced like W-O in the English word one. So the pronunciation here is wa. Moi, quoi, guano. And now let's read the following words. Guano, moi, quoi. OY. This diphthong is pronounced like WO in the English word one, followed by a Y sound. Y. Voyage, nettoyer, croyez. So read the following words. Croyez, nettoyer, voyage. OU with or without accents. Now these diphthongs are pronounced like OO in the English word food. Have a look. Pousse, ou, coûter. Now read the following words. Coûter, ou, pousse. OUI. This letter combination is pronounced like WEE in the English word weed. Oui. Have a look. Oui, weir. And now read the following words. Oui, weir. You with or without accent. In order to pronounce this sound, try to say E, but round your lips at the same time. So the pronunciation is U. Have a look. Tu, jupe, flûte. And now read the following words. Flûte, jupe, tu. UI, UE. In these letter combinations, the first sound is pronounced very much like W in the English word weed. Actually, it's pronounced like the sound U described before, followed by the vowel I or A. Oui, oui. Have a look. Huit, fruit, muet. And now read the following words. Fruit, huit, muet. Okay, and now let's have a look at nasal vowels because they are very characteristic of French. There are a couple of nasal vowels in French. They are pronounced through your mouth and nose simultaneously. In written, nasal vowels are made up of one or more vowel letters A, I, O, U, Y, followed by M or N, followed by a consonant other than M or N, or not followed by anything. Have a look. AN, AM, EN, EM. These letter combinations are pronounced like nasalized A, which is approximately comparable to ON in the English word fond. So the pronunciation is un, sans, lampe, pente, exemple. Let's try to read the following words. Exemple, lampe, pente, sans. Now here we have quite a lot of different combinations like AIN, AIM, EIN, EN, IN, IM, UN, YM, YN. And these letter combinations are pronounced like nasalized E, which is approximately comparable to AN in the English word slang. So the pronunciation is un. Have a look. Bien, fin, brun, fin, sympa. Now read the following words. Bien, brun, fin, fin, sympa. Then we have ON, OM. These letter combinations are pronounced like nasalized O, which is approximately comparable to ON in the English word long. So the pronunciation is on. Have a look. Bon, combien, non. And now you read the following words. Bon, combien, non. In French, a lot of final consonants are silent. They are maintained in written because they are often pronounced in derivative words. And now let's have a look at some derivative words. So have a look at the following example. In the first word, the final T is silent, petit, but it's pronounced in the derivative word petite, which in this case is the feminine form of the adjective. What makes the final consonant pronounced is the vowel E added at the end. So the masculine form is petit with silent T at the end, and the feminine form is petite with pronounced T. Petit, petite. And now here are some examples of consonants which are usually pronounced. These include B, C, F, K, L, Q, and R. These consonants are usually pronounced at the end of the word. But of course there are some exceptions too. Have a look. Well, first some typical regular words where these consonants are pronounced at the end. Club, avec, actif, kayak, avril, cinq, hiver. And here are some examples of words where these consonants are silent. Plomb, blanc, clé, outil, cahier. And a short exercise. Now let's try and read these words. Actif, avec, avril, blanc, cahier, cinq, clé, club, hiver, kayak, outil, plomb. Now the consonants D, G, M, N, P, S, T, X, and Z are usually silent at the end of a word. But there are exceptions as well. As far as M and N are concerned, they are silent themselves, but they influence the preceding vowel, turning it into a nasal one. First, let's have a look at some examples of words where these consonants are really silent. So we have froid, long, parfum, balcon, chant, vous, bruit, deux, chez. And here are some exceptions where these consonants are pronounced. Have a look. Sud, grog, forum, amen, sleep, tennis, direct, index, gaz. And again, a short exercise with the following words. Amen, balcon, bruit, chant, chez, deux, direct, forum, froid, gaz, grog, index, long, parfum, sleep, sud, tennis, vous. A characteristic feature of French pronunciation are the so-called liaisons. Liaisons in French. What are liaisons? Well, let's find out. Well, as mentioned before in the previous lecture, final consonants are often silent. For example, in the following words, we do not pronounce the final consonant. Vous, les, on, un. Now, if we have a word like above, with a silent consonant at the end, And if the following word begins with a vowel or a silent H, then the final consonant in the first word is pronounced. Have a look. Vous avez, vous avez. Le, ami, les amis. On, il, ont-ils. Un homme, un homme. Now read aloud. Vous avez, les amis, ont-ils, un homme. Normally, when there is a liaison, the pronunciation of the final consonant is pretty straightforward. So for example, silent S is pronounced Z, because it's how S is pronounced between two vowels. T is pronounced just as you might expect, and so is N. However, there are a few letters that require more attention. Here they are. In liaisons, D is pronounced T. Have a look. Grand homme, grand homme. F is pronounced V. Neuf, un, neuf. X is pronounced Z. Faux, ami, faux amis. And now read aloud. Grand homme, 9 ans, faux amis. There are three types of liaison: required liaison, forbidden liaison, and optional liaison. We will not go into too much detail as for now. Let's just have a look at some examples of forbidden liaison. So actually cases where there must not be any liaison at all. So there can't be any liaison among others in the following two cases. After the conjunction et, which means and, have a look, et, une, we never pronounce the T at the end. And before H aspiré. Well, I'm going to tell you about this in a minute. Now have a look. Un o. We never pronounce it un o with this N pronounced. This N is always silent because the first letter in O is H aspiré. Well, the H aspiré, which means aspirated H, is one of the two H sounds in French, the other one being silent H. Well, none of them is pronounced. In dictionaries, it's usually marked somehow whether the H is silent or aspirated. What differs one from the other is that we do have liaisons before silent H, but we don't before aspirated H. French stress rules are pretty easy. There are just a couple of things to remember. First of all, stress is not distinctive in French. All words are stressed on the final full syllable. A full syllable is any syllable that contains a vowel other than schwa. If you don't know what schwa is, it's the effortlessly produced sound which occurs in unstressed positions in English, like for example at the beginning and the end of the word America. We have America. The first sound and the last are very weak. America. And these two sounds are called schwa. Secondly, in French, all vowels keep the full quality and are not reduced to schwa as is the case in English. So these are the most important things to remember. And now have a look at some words and how they are stressed. Maison, bonjour, intéressant, désorganisation. Now read aloud. Maison, bonjour, intéressant, désorganisation. Probably you've noticed that some French letters have accents. In this lecture, we'll talk about all the different kinds of accents. One thing to start with, unlike in some other languages, in French the accents are not used to mark the word stress. We were talking about the stress rules in the previous lecture. Well, there are 5 types of accents in French. Let's discuss them one by one. The first type is the cedilla. This accent has the form of a little hook attached at the bottom of the letter C. What's interesting, it can be attached only to the letter C, not any other. What it does is change the pronunciation from the K sound to the S sound. The letter C may only have a cedilla when it's followed by A, O, or U. Here are some examples. Ça, garçon, reçu. Let's read aloud. Ça, garçon, reçu. Then we have the acute accent, accent aigu. This accent looks like a little comma and is used only on the letter E. If it's at the end of a word, then the E sound is never silent. Here are some examples. Aller, café, étudiant. Let's read aloud. Aller, café, étudiant. The grave accent, accent grave. This accent looks very much like the one described before, but it goes in the opposite direction. This accent is used on the letters A, E, and U. It only changes the pronunciation when on E, making the sound open. It's usually used on A and U only to differentiate some words, which otherwise would be homographs. Have a look. Très, la, ou. Let's read aloud. La, ou, très. The circumflex, accent circonflexe. This accent has the form of a little roof attached above a letter. The letters which can have this accent are A, E, I, O, U. This accent is used where historically they're used to follow an S, like for example in the word forêt, which used to have the form with an S. Sometimes it's also used to differentiate words that would otherwise be homographs. Here are some examples. Château, tête, île, hôtel, sur. Let's read aloud. Château, hôtel, île, sur, tête. The diaresis, accent tréma. This accent looks like 2 little dots above a letter. It's used on E, I, and U to indicate that the vowel is to be pronounced separately from the one immediately preceding it. Have a look. Noël, naïf, Saül. Let's read aloud. Naïf, Noël, Saül. Bonjour. Hi. Well, this section is very important because in this section we will learn the basics of almost everything. Here we'll cover the basics of nouns, verbs, adjectives, adverbs, prepositions, pronouns, etc. Then, in later sections, we will take these parts of the language one by one and discuss them in more detail. But in this section, I'm going to get it started as fast as possible, by which I mean you will get a bit of everything. Well, so in this section, we're going to talk about the French nouns and how they are used with articles. We are also going to talk about adjectives and how they agree with the nouns. Then we're going to cover verbs. Well, in French, there are 3 types of conjugation, and in this section we're going to have a look at the first one, which is the most frequently used one. We're also going to have a look at some pronouns and possessives. and also some adverbs. And here, in this section, you will have quite a lot of opportunities to practice all the structures which are used in the beautiful French language. So, there's quite a lot of work waiting for us now. Let's get to work. À bientôt! In this lecture, we'll learn how to ask about things. The question we're going to learn is, what is this? A question most courses usually start with. We'll see how to introduce things. In this lecture, we'll have a look at the definite and indefinite articles. Fortunately, there are only 2 genders in French and only 2 articles in singular and 1 in plural. We'll see how to use the articles with nouns. Genders. As mentioned before, there are just 2 genders, but grammatical gender and natural gender are 2 different things. In English, we usually use the masculine and feminine gender to talk about living creatures of opposite sexes. Things and abstract nouns tend to be neuter. In French, on the other hand, every noun is either masculine or feminine. As far as people or animals are concerned, grammatical and natural gender usually overlap. But with things, you may be surprised. Why is a table feminine and a pencil masculine? Well, it just is. Determining the gender in French is pretty hard, often impossible. So the easiest thing to do is to learn the gender along with the new nouns. Now let's have a look at some examples. Here we have some nouns, and we can see their grammatical gender, natural gender, and the meaning in English. For example, homme, which means man, is masculine as far as grammatical gender is concerned, and it's male as far as natural gender is concerned. Accordingly, femme, woman, is feminine gender because it refers to a female. Now we have crayon, pencil, which is masculine in French, and the natural gender is indeterminate because it's not a person or an animal. Table, which means table, is feminine in French, but of course the natural gender is indeterminate. Sol, which means floor, is masculine in French, but the natural gender is indeterminate again. Finally, we have fille, which means girl. And here, the grammatical gender and the natural gender agree. Definite articles. In French, we have separate articles for masculine and feminine gender in singular. In plural, we have just one common article. Here are the French definite articles. In masculine gender singular, we have le. For example, le jour, the day. And in feminine gender, we have la nuit, the night. So the 2 definite articles to remember are le and la. In plural, we have just one article, les, in both genders. Le jour, le nuit, the days, the nights. If the noun starts with a vowel or a silent H, we have elision in singular, which means the article replaces the vowel for an apostrophe. In this case, the article looks exactly the same in both genders. Have a look. Instead of saying le ami, we say l'ami. Instead of saying le emploi, we say l'emploi. Instead of saying le homme, we say l'homme. Instead of saying la orange, we say l'orange. Instead of saying la histoire, we say l'histoire. Now, definite articles before aspirated H. In the previous section, we were discussing French spelling and pronunciation, and I mentioned that there are 2 types of H, silent H and aspirated H. Actually, they are both silent, but the difference is that the aspirated H is used without liaison. Another difference is that there is no elision. Have a look. With silent H, we do have elision. Instead of saying le homme, we say l'homme. Instead of saying la histoire, we say l'histoire. But with aspirated H, things are different. Here are two examples of aspirated H, héros, honte. In these two cases, like in any other case where aspirated H is at the beginning of the word, we do not use elision. So we always say le héros, la honte. It's quite important to remember. And now let's have a look at indefinite articles. We have the same distinction for indefinite articles. So there are two forms in singular and one for both genders in plural. So in singular we have un for masculine gender and une for feminine gender. Have a look. In masculine gender we have un. For example, un jour, a day. In feminine gender we have une nuit, a night. In plural, well, it's quite interesting because in English we do not use indefinite articles in plural at all, whereas in French we do use one common form for both genders, which is de. So, des jours, de nuit means days, nights. Indefinite articles, liaisons. With the indefinite articles un and de, we have liaisons when the following noun starts with a vowel or silent H. Have a look. Instead of saying un ami, we say un ami. Instead of saying deux amis, we say des amis. Now let's learn how to ask about things. The French question used for that is qu'est-ce que c'est? If you want to answer the above question, use the pronoun ce, which means this, followed by the third person singular form of the verb to be, which is est, and then the noun preceded by an article. The two words ce and est are joined due to elision into c'est. So this is c'est. Have a look. Qu'est-ce que c'est? C'est un crayon. C'est une table. And again, here we have elision. The pronunciation of the verb to be in the third person singular is est, but when followed by an indefinite article, the T is pronounced because of liaison. Have a look. C'est un crayon. C'est une table. Let's repeat. Qu'est-ce que c'est? C'est un crayon. C'est une table. Using indefinite and definite articles. In the examples above, we're using indefinite articles. But definite articles work just like in English. Have a look. Qu'est-ce que c'est? C'est la lampe. C'est le livre. Let's repeat. C'est la lampe. C'est le livre. Now a short exercise. Have a look at these nouns. Can you tell which of them are feminine? Just have a look at the articles. La voiture, la bouche, un livre, le chapeau, une fenêtre, un renard. Solution. Well, it wasn't difficult, was it? La and une are feminine articles. So, the feminine ones are la voiture, la bouche, and une fenêtre. The other ones are masculine. In this lecture, we'll ask about the appearance of things and people. The question we're going to use is, what's it like? We'll also use adjectives to describe things. We'll learn some common adjectives, which we can use to describe color, size, age, quality, etc. We'll also cover the gender of adjectives. What is it like? If you want to ask about appearance, you can use the question Comment est le crayon? And the answer is Le crayon est petit. In the answer we use adjectives, just like in English. So petit is an adjective. Adjectives modify the nouns they refer to. Colors. Let's learn some common adjectives in French. This way we'll be able to describe things, animals, and people. For the beginning, let's have a look at some colors. Rouge, vert, bleu, blanc, noir. Let's repeat. Rouge, vert, bleu, blanc, noir. Size. And here are some adjectives referring to size. Grand, petit, long, court, haut. Let's repeat. Grand, petit, long, court, haut. Age. Using these adjectives, you can say how old someone or something is. Vieux, jeune, nouveau. Let's repeat. Vieux, jeune, nouveau. Quality. And using these two, you can say if something is good or just the contrary. Bon, mauvais. Let's repeat. Bon, mauvais. Appearance. You can also express your opinion on someone's or something's appearance. Here are the adjectives you may need. Beau, laid, joli. Let's repeat. Beau, laid, joli. Examples. Now that you know quite a few adjectives, let's practice. Comment est l'homme? L'homme est jeune.
Comment est la voiture?
La voiture est rouge.
Comment est le chien?
Le chien est laid.
Comment est le chat?
Le chat est noir. Let's repeat.
Comment est l'homme?
L'homme est jeune.
Comment est la voiture?
La voiture est rouge.
Comment est le chien?
Le chien est laid.
Comment est le chat?
Le chat est noir. Gender of adjectives. In French, many adjectives have separate masculine and feminine forms. The feminine form usually takes the ending "e", which often changes the pronunciation of the final consonant, making it pronounced. Have a look. Here we have some pairs in the masculine and feminine gender. Pay special attention to the pronunciation of the final consonants, because in the masculine forms, they are sometimes not pronounced at all, but in the feminine forms, they are. Have a look. Grand, grande. Noir, noir. Petit, petite. Joli, jolie. Intelligent, intelligente. As you can see in some examples like noir or jolie, there is no difference whatsoever between masculine and feminine gender, as far as pronunciation is concerned. Now let's repeat. Grand, grande. Noir, noir. Petit,
petite. Joli, jolie. Intelligent, intelligente.
And here's some examples. Look at the adjectives. Masculine adjectives are used with masculine nouns and feminine adjectives with feminine nouns. Le crayon est petit. La table est petite. Le stylo est court. La chaîne est courte. Le plafond est laid. La neige est laide. And now let's repeat. Le crayon est petit. La table est petite. Le stylo est court. La chaîne est courte. Le plafond est laid. La neige est laide. Adjectives ending in E. So, are there any rules how to make the feminine forms of adjectives? Well, there are some guidelines. For example, adjectives ending in E do not change the form. Have a look. Rouge, rouge. Extraordinaire, extraordinaire. Pratique, pratique. Let's repeat. Rouge, extraordinaire, pratique. Adjectives ending in EL, IEN, ON. Adjectives that end in EL, IEN, or ON double the final consonant. Have a look. Cruel, cruelle. Italien, italienne. Bon, bonne. As you can see, if there is an N at the end, in the masculine form it makes the sound nasalized. Italien. But in the feminine form, the double N doesn't make the vowel nasalized anymore. So we have italienne. Italien, but italienne. Bon, but bonne. Bon with a nasal on, bonne without a nasal sound. Let's repeat. Cruel, cruelle. Italien, italienne. Bon, bonne. Well, another thing worth mentioning here is that words referring to nationality or language like Italian, French, English, and so on are not capitalized in French, unlike in English. That's why Italien and Italienne are spelled with small letters. Adjectives ending in et. Many adjectives that end in et change the ending to ete. Have a look. Inquiet, inquiète. Complet, complète. Discret, discrète. Let's repeat. Inquiet, inquiète. Complet, complète. Discret, discrète. Adjectives ending in er. Adjectives that end in er change the ending to era. Have a look. Dernier, dernière. Léger, légère. Fier, fière. Let's repeat. Dernier, dernière. Léger, légère. Fier, fière. Adjectives ending in EUX, OUX, EUR. Many adjectives that end in EUX, OUX, or EUR change the ending to EUSE or OUSE. Have a look. Dangereux, dangereuse. Jaloux, jalouse. Trompeur, trompeuse. Let's repeat.
dangereux, dangereuse. Jaloux, jalouse. Trompeur, trompeuse. Adjectives ending in F. Adjectives that end in F change the ending to VE. Actif, active. Vif, vive. Intensif, intensive. Let's repeat. Actif, active. Vif, vive. Intensif, intensive. Irregular feminine forms. Quite a few adjectives have irregular feminine forms. Here are just some of them. Beau, belle. Nouveau, nouvelle. Vieux, vieille. Blanc, blanche. Sec, sèche. Doux, douce. Long, longue. Fou, folle. Let's repeat. Beau, belle. Nouveau, nouvelle. Vieux, vieille. Blanc, blanche. Sec, sèche. Doux, douce. Long, longue. Fou, folle. And some examples to illustrate it. Le pays est beau. La ville est belle. L'homme est jaloux. La femme est jalouse. Le livre est léger. La table est légère. Let's repeat. Le pays est beau. La ville est belle. L'homme est jaloux. La femme est jalouse. Le livre est léger. La table est légère. Word order. There is a major difference as far as word order is concerned. In English, the typical word order is adjective plus noun, like in big car, yellow sand. In French, we usually have noun plus adjective. Have a look. Une table jaune. Une maison grise. Un livre français. Un exercice difficile. Une rivière sinueuse. Une lampe espagnole. Un oiseau mort. Let's repeat. Une table jaune. Une maison grise. Un livre français. Un exercice difficile. Une rivière sinueuse. Une lampe espagnole. Un oiseau mort.
Now that we can talk about things, it's time we learn how to talk about people. Introducing people is the subject of this lecture. We'll also see how to ask, who is this? Finally, we'll learn the French counterparts of Mr., Mrs., and Miss. Okay, we can ask about things. Let's learn how to ask about people. The basic question to use is Qu'est-ce? Have a look. Qu'est-ce? C'est Pauline. C'est Pierre.
Let's repeat. Qui est? C'est Pauline. C'est Pierre. The answer can be as simple as just the name, like in the sentences above. We use names just like in English. They are naturally capitalized. You can use just the first name, or the first name and the last name. We can also add titles. Have a look. Qui est? C'est Monsieur Dubois. C'est Madame Dubois. C'est Mademoiselle Dubois. Let's repeat. Qui est? C'est Monsieur Dubois. C'est Madame Dubois. C'est Mademoiselle Dubois. The title Mademoiselle is commonly used when addressing very young women. In some regions, it's not that common with older women, even if they are single. A married woman is always called Madame. Abbreviated forms of titles. In writing, we often use the abbreviated forms of the titles. Monsieur is abbreviated to M. Madame and Mademoiselle are also commonly abbreviated to the forms you can see over here. For example, c'est Monsieur Dubois. C'est Madame Dubois. C'est Mademoiselle Dubois. In this lecture, we'll learn how to introduce ourselves. We'll also learn some basic expressions used in everyday conversations like hello, goodbye, please, how are you, etc. Let's see how to say hello first. Here are some possibilities. Salut, bonjour, bonsoir, bienvenue. Let's repeat. Salut, bonjour, bonsoir, bienvenue. Bonjour is used all day long. And here are some common farewells. Au revoir, bonne nuit, à plus tard, à bientôt, à demain. Let's repeat. Au revoir, bonne nuit, à plus tard, à bientôt, à demain. And here's some more common expressions we all use on a regular basis. Merci, s'il vous plaît, s'il te plaît, de rien, comment ça va, ça va, ça va bien. Let's repeat. Merci, s'il vous plaît, s'il te plaît, de rien, comment ça va, ça va bien. And now some wishes. Bonne chance, bon voyage, bon appétit, santé, bonne journée, bonne soirée, félicitations, bon anniversaire, joyeux Noël, bonne année. Let's repeat. Bonne chance, bon voyage, bon appétit, santé, bonne journée, bonne soirée, félicitations, bon anniversaire, joyeux Noël, bonne année, and some other expressions that didn't fit in any of the above categories. Je suis désolé, pardon, après vous, je ne comprends pas. Let's repeat. Je suis désolé, pardon, après vous, je ne comprends pas. Introducing oneself. There are a lot of ways of introducing oneself. The most typical ones are: Je suis Alice. Je m'appelle Alice. Je m'appelle Pierre Dubois. Let's repeat. Je suis Alice. Je m'appelle Alice. Je m'appelle Pierre Dubois. In this lecture, we'll explore the world of French personal pronouns. There are a few more pronouns than in English because there are separate masculine and feminine forms in the third person plural. There are also more ways to say you. These pronouns can be then used along with the verbs that we are going to conjugate. In this lecture, we'll also see how to conjugate the verb to be. We'll see how to distinguish between formal and informal forms of pronouns. Just like in English, we use the personal pronouns even if the meaning is clear from the context. It's different than in many other Romance languages like Spanish or Italian. The verb to be. The most important and most frequently used verb in a lot of languages is the verb to be. This is also a good time to introduce the personal pronouns. We'll see to them in more detail in a few seconds, but now we can view them all. Okay, have a look. Être, to be. Je suis. Tu es. Vous êtes. Il est. Elle est. On est. And plural. Nous sommes. Vous êtes. Ils sont. Elles sont. Let's repeat. Je suis. Tu es. Vous êtes. Il est. Elle est. On est. Nous sommes. Vous êtes. Ils sont. Elles sont. Now the first person singular. The pronoun used for the first person singular is je. Have a look. Je suis Michel. Je suis Marie. Let's repeat. Je suis Michel. Je suis Marie. Now the second person singular. There are two pronouns used for the second person singular, the informal tu and the formal vous. Have a look. Tu, informal. Vous, formal. Informal you works like we could easily predict. Below you can see some examples so that you can have an idea when this informal pronoun should be used. Marie, tu es belle. Tu es intelligent. Papa, tu es vieux. Tu es Marc. Let's repeat. Marie, tu es belle. Tu es intelligent. Papa, tu es vieux. Tu es Marc. Formal you. You use the formal pronoun when talking to an adult who is not a member of your family. You often add the titles like Mr. or Mrs. What's quite interesting is that this personal pronoun, although it's a second personal singular pronoun, requires the verb to be in second person plural. That's why we say tu es using the informal pronoun, but vous êtes using the formal one. Vous êtes belle, Madame Pommier. Vous êtes intelligent, Monsieur Laplace. Let's repeat. Vous êtes belle, Madame Pommier. Vous êtes intelligent, Monsieur Laplace. Third person singular. In the third person singular, we have two pronouns. Il is used to refer to male people and animals, and also to things that are masculine in gender. In that case, it corresponds to the English pronoun it. The pronoun used to refer to female people and animals is elle. It is also used with feminine nouns. Then it is also translated as it. Here's how we use the third person singular pronouns. Il means he. Elle means she. And if they refer to inanimate masculine and feminine nouns, il and elle mean it. For example, le crayon, il. La table, elle. Although these are not people or animals, these are things. Here are some examples to illustrate how the third person singular pronouns are used with inanimate nouns. La table est blanche. Elle est blanche. L'exercice est difficile. Il est difficile. Let's repeat. La table est blanche. Elle est blanche. L'exercice est difficile. Il est difficile. There is also the impersonal it in English. In sentences like below, you can see that in French, we use the masculine pronoun il. Have a look. Il pleut. Il neige. Il grêle. Il fait beau. Il fait froid. Il fait chaud. Let's repeat. Il pleut. Il neige. Il grêle. Il fait beau. Il fait froid. Il fait chaud. There is one more pronoun in French which is used with the third person singular form of the verb. It's the impersonal pronoun on. It corresponds to the English pronoun one or we, like here. On est. On est intelligent. On est actif. Let's repeat. On est intelligent. On est actif. First person plural. In the first person plural, we use the pronoun nous. Nous sommes. Repeat. Nous sommes. Second person plural. In the second person plural, we have the pronoun vous. This pronoun is used in plural as both informal and formal. Have a look. Vous êtes. Let's repeat. Vous êtes. Exercise. Okay, that's been pretty much. Formal, informal, singular, plural. There are two pronouns that correspond to the simple English you. Let's take a break and practice. Below you can see a few situations in which we use the second person pronouns. Think about them now and decide which pronoun you would use in each of them. Tu or vous. 1. Mother speaking to child. 2. Teacher speaking to class. 3. General speaking to soldiers. 4. Addressing God in a prayer. 5. Talking to a friend on the phone. 6. Boss speaking to a group of employees. 7. Students speaking to their teacher. And here's the solution. 1. Mother speaking to child would say tu. 2. Teacher speaking to class would choose vous. 3. General speaking to soldiers would say vous. 4. When addressing God in a prayer, we would choose tu. 5. When talking to a friend on the phone, we would say tu. 6. Boss speaking to a group of employees would say vous. 7. Students speaking to their teacher would say vous. Third person plural. In the third person plural, there is also the distinction between masculine and feminine. Whether you use il or elle depends on whether the noun you refer to is masculine or feminine. So for masculine nouns we have il. For feminine ones we have elle. And here are some examples. Les films sont intéressants. Ils sont intéressants. Les vaches sont fortes. Elles sont fortes. Let's repeat. Les films sont intéressants. Ils sont intéressants. Les vaches sont fortes. Elles sont fortes. And here are some more examples with personal pronouns and the verb to be. Je suis fort. Tu es heureux. Il est gros. Elle est libre. On est modeste. Nous sommes fiers. Vous êtes sérieux. Ils sont nouveaux. Elles sont douces. Let's repeat. Je suis fort. Tu es heureux. Il est gros. Elle est libre. On est modeste. Nous sommes fiers. Vous êtes sérieux. Ils sont nouveaux. Elles sont douces. As you can see, the adjectives take different endings according to their gender and number. This is important to pay attention to because in English we don't have these differences. In this lecture, we'll learn how to ask for personal information like someone's name or occupation. We'll also learn how to answer such questions. In this lecture, we'll also learn some jobs in French. Let's start with the basic questions. Qui est-ce? Qui es-tu? Qui êtes-vous? Let's repeat. Qui est-ce? Qui es-tu? Qui êtes-vous? And here's how we can ask about someone's name. Comment t'appelles-tu? Comment vous appelez-vous? And the answers: Je m'appelle Henri. Je m'appelle Jeanne. Let's repeat. Comment t'appelles-tu? Comment vous appelez-vous? Je m'appelle Henri. Je m'appelle Jeanne. Asking about someone's job. There are several ways of asking about someone's job. Here are some of them along with some possible answers. Quelle est ta profession? Quelle est votre profession? Je suis enseignant. Tu es architecte. Vous êtes journaliste. Il est photographe. Elle est actrice. Let's repeat. Quelle est ta profession? Quelle est votre profession? Je suis enseignant. Tu es architecte. Vous êtes journaliste. Il est photographe. Elle est actrice. As you've probably noticed, we don't use articles before the names of occupations. We'll be talking about this in greater detail later on. Masculine and feminine names of jobs. As with many nouns that refer to people, there are masculine-feminine pairs for quite a lot of jobs. Some jobs are differentiated by their endings. Some jobs do not differ in both genders. Here are some examples of jobs that refer to males and females. L'acteur, l'actrice. Le coiffeur, la coiffeuse. Le serveur, la serveuse. Le cuisinier, la cuisinière. L'enseignant, l'enseignante. Le docteur, la doctoresse. Le dentiste, la dentiste. Le pilote, la pilote. Let's repeat. L'acteur, l'actrice. Le coiffeur, la coiffeuse. Le serveur, la serveuse. Le cuisinier, la cuisinière. L'enseignant, l'enseignante. Le docteur, la doctoresse. Le dentiste, la dentiste. Le pilote, la pilote. Most infinitives in French end in er. Some of them also end in re or ir. In this lecture we'll see how the predominant conjugation pattern looks and what all the personal forms look like. Infinitives. In English, infinitives do not take any special endings. Instead of this, they are preceded by the word to, like for example, to go, to do, to smile. In French, infinitives do take endings. The most frequently used ending is er. The other two endings are also pretty frequent. These are re and ir. So, in French, each verb belongs to one of the three groups according to its infinitive ending. For simplicity's sake, we'll be referring to them as ER verbs, RE verbs, and IR verbs later in this course. Here are some examples of verbs belonging to each group. ER verbs: chanter, danser, parler. RE verbs: atteindre, perdre, mordre. IR verbs: choisir, ouvrir, bâtir. The RE and IR verbs will be discussed in one of the next sections. Let's concentrate on the ER verbs. Here's how they are conjugated. Chanter: je chante, tu chantes, il chante, elle chante, on chante. Nous chantons, vous chantez, il chante, elle chante. Let's repeat. Je chante, tu chantes, il chante, elle chante, on chante, nous chantons, vous chantez, il chante, elle chante. Pay attention to the pronunciation, because quite a few forms have the same pronunciation despite different spelling. Pay special attention to the third person plural, where the whole ending ENT is silent. We say il chante, elle chante. Now let's have a look at some more verbs belonging to this group, and let's see how they are conjugated in sentences. Parler: je parle français. Chanter: tu chantes une chanson. Étudier: il étudie la biologie. Entrer: elle entre dans le bureau. Voyager: on voyage beaucoup. Danser: nous dansons bien. Demander: vous demandez trop. Habiter: ils habitent à Paris. Travailler: elle travaille beaucoup. Let's repeat. Je parle français. Tu chantes une chanson. Il étudie la biologie. Elle entre dans le bureau. On voyage beaucoup. Nous dansons bien. Vous demandez trop. Ils habitent à Paris. Elle travaille beaucoup. In this lecture, we'll learn cardinal numbers. There's quite a lot of stuff to memorize in this lecture if you have never learned French numbers. But you can come back to this lecture from time to time and revise. The numbers from 0 to 10. Okay, first the ABC, or rather 1, 2, 3. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's repeat. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Notice that we use un when we count. but before nouns we use another form, which looks just like the indefinite article. So, un, deux, trois, un chien, une lampe. Let's repeat. Un, deux, trois, un chien, une lampe. And now the teens. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Let's repeat. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Now have a look at how the numbers are pronounced depending on the context they are in. Pay attention to the last consonants. Final consonants get silent before other consonants. So we have 5, but 5 livres. We have 6, but 6 chats. We have 10, but 10 vaches. Let's repeat. 5 livres, 6 chats, 10 vaches. And now, how do we pronounce numbers like deux, six, 10 before vowels? We have liaison, which means the final X is pronounced like Z. Have a look. Deux, but deux enfants. 6, but 6 oranges. 10, but 10 ans. Let's repeat. Deux enfants, 6 oranges, 10 ans. Now, how do we pronounce the number 20, 20? The number 20 is pronounced without the final consonant, 20. The final T is, however, pronounced before a vowel. Have a look. 20 jours. Here we have silent T before a consonant. 20 ans. Here the final T is pronounced because it's before a vowel. Let's repeat. 20 jours. 20 ans. The numbers 21, 30. The 20s look like this. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Let's repeat. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. The numbers from 20 to 100. And here are the tens. 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Let's repeat. 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. The 70s. A very interesting thing happens to the numbers above 69. The next number is 70, but in French we go on adding units to the 60s, which looks like this. 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79. Let's repeat. 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79. The 80s and 90s. Not less interesting are the numbers for the 80s and 90s. The number 80 is 80, which literally means 420s. It takes a plural s. Then come the numbers like 81, 82, and so on, which are spelled without the s. When we come to 90, it's the same thing as with the 70s. Instead of saying 90, we literally say 80-10. Then we have 80-11, 80-12, and so forth. Here are some examples. 80, 81, 82, 85, 90, 91, 93, 97, 99. Let's repeat. 80, 81, 82, 85, 90, 91, 93, 97, 99. The numbers 200 to 1000. As far as the hundreds are concerned, here we go. 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, 1000. Let's repeat. 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, 1000. The number 100 is 100, and in higher numbers like 200, 300, etc., it becomes 100 with s at the end. However, if there is any other number following the hundreds, the final s is dropped. Have a look. 100, 101, 102, 205, 530, 999. Let's repeat. 100, 101, 102, 205, 530, 999. And here's how we combine the hundreds, tens, and units. There is no linking word like and, which is sometimes used in English. Have a look. 120, 236, 453, 785, 522, 1647. Let's repeat. 120, 236, 453, 785, 522, 1647. Large numbers. Now let's take some bigger numbers. One thing to remember is that 1000, which is 1000, never takes a plural s. The millions and billions and higher numbers, on the other hand, do take s in plural. Here they are. 1000, 2000, 5000, 1 million, 5 millions, 1 milliard, 3 milliards. Let's repeat. 1000, 2000, 5000, 1 million, 5 millions, 1 milliard, 3 milliards. In this lecture, we'll see how most plural forms of nouns are made. It's relatively easy and very much like in English, although there are some other rules to follow as well. Unlike in English, French adjectives also take plural forms. Fortunately, these forms are practically the same as those of nouns. The regular way to make plurals is by adding the ending s to singular form. This ending is visible in written only because it's not pronounced. Have a look. Un livre, deux livres. Un stylo, cinq stylos. Une fenêtre, trois fenêtres. Une armoire, huit armoires. Une tête, 11 têtes. Let's repeat. Un livre, deux livres. Un stylo, cinq stylos. Une fenêtre, trois fenêtres. Une armoire, huit armoires. Une tête, 11 têtes. Nouns that end in s, x, z do not take any endings and remain unchanged. Un pas, deux pas. Un nez, quatre nez. Une voix, 10 voix. Un choix, 9 choix. Un cours, 3 cours. Let's repeat. Un pas, deux pas. Un nez, quatre nez. Une voix, 10 voix. Un choix, 9 choix. Un cours, 3 cours. Nouns ending in EU, EAU usually take the ending x in plural. However, there are exceptions to this rule. Have a look at some typical nouns like this. Un jeu, c'est un jeu. Un bureau, 12 bureaux. Un gâteau, 3 gâteaux. Un neveu, 20 neveux. Let's repeat. Un jeu, c'est un jeu. Un bureau, 12 bureaux. Un gâteau, 3 gâteaux. Un neveu, 20 neveux. Nouns ending in AL. Many nouns ending in AL change the ending AL to AUX in plural. However, there are quite a few exceptions to this rule as well. The noun travail, work, also uses this ending in plural. Have a look at some typical nouns like this. Un cheval, 5 chevaux. Un journal, 2 journaux. Un hôpital, 4 hôpitaux. Un travail, 6 travaux. Let's repeat. Un cheval, 5 chevaux. Un journal, 2 journaux. Un hôpital, 4 hôpitaux. Un travail, 6 travaux. Irregular plurals. Some nouns have irregular plurals. Here are some of the most important ones. Un aïeul, 5 aïeux. Un ciel, 7 cieux. Un œil, 2 yeux. Let's repeat. Un aïeul, 5 aïeux. Un ciel, 7 cieux. Un œil, 2 yeux. Articles. Nouns have plural articles in plural. There is one common indefinite article in plural, de, and one common definite article, le. Have a look at the plural forms of the articles. Un chien, 2 chiens. Le chien, les chiens. Une table, 2 tables. La table, les tables. Let's repeat. Un chien, 2 chiens. Le chien, les chiens. Une table, 2 tables. La table, les tables. As you can see, the indefinite articles in plural may correspond to some in English. Adjectives. Unlike in English, adjectives also take plural forms if the nouns they modify do. In French, nouns and adjectives agree in gender and number. Have a look at this. Petit. 3 petits enfants. Grand. 2 grands fleuves. Jaune. 100 fleurs jaunes. Génial. Le pianiste géniaux. Gris. 5 chats gris. Let's repeat. 3 petits enfants. 2 grands fleuves. 100 fleurs jaunes. Le pianiste géniaux. 5 chats gris. In this lecture, we'll see how to ask about quantity and how to say how much of something there is or how many elements there are. We'll be using words like much, many, a lot of, few, little. Countable, uncountable nouns. First, let's revise what countable and uncountable nouns are. Well, countable nouns are those which you can count in items. These nouns can be used in plural as well as in singular. For example, clock is a countable noun because we can have 1 clock, 2 clocks, or 78 clocks. Uncountable nouns are typically used only in singular. They are names of substances or abstract notions. These nouns are not typically counted in items. There may be little air or a lot of air, but we would rather not say that there are 24 airs in our room. Have a look. countable nouns. Une horloge, une lampe, un jour, une femme, un chien. Uncountable nouns. Temps, eau, patience, sucre, encre. Combien? We ask how much if we refer to uncountable nouns in English. In case of countable nouns, we say how many. In French, there is no difference. We always use the word combien plus deux. As you can see in some of the following examples, deux is reduced to D apostrophe before vowels. Have a look. Le temps. Combien de temps? Le sucre. Combien de sucre? L'argent. Combien d'argent? Le lait. Combien de lait? Les étudiants. Combien d'étudiants? Le femme. Combien de femmes? Le boîte. Combien de boîtes? Le jour. Combien de jours? Let's repeat. Combien de temps? Combien de sucre? Combien d'argent? Combien de lait? Combien d'étudiants? Combien de femmes? Combien de boîtes? Combien de jours? Beaucoup. In English, we usually use a lot of or a similar expression in statements, and much, many in questions and negative sentences. In French, there is no difference whether we are stating something, asking, or negating. There is no difference either whether the noun is countable or not. We use the same form. Beaucoup de. Have a look. Beaucoup de temps. Beaucoup d'argent. Beaucoup de thé. Beaucoup d'eau. Beaucoup d'enfants. Beaucoup de livres. Beaucoup de fenêtres. Beaucoup de portes. Let's repeat. Beaucoup de temps. Beaucoup d'argent. Beaucoup de thé. Beaucoup d'eau. Beaucoup d'enfants. Beaucoup de livres. Beaucoup de fenêtres. Beaucoup de portes. Peu. The opposite of beaucoup is peu. It means little, few, or not much, not many. Peu de is used with both countable and uncountable nouns. Have a look. Peu de fromage. Peu de sel. Peu de viande. Peu d'eau. Peu d'arbres. Peu de mots. Peu d'oiseaux. Peu de chansons. Let's repeat. Peu de fromage. Peu de sel. Peu de viande. Peu d'eau. Peu d'arbres. Peu de mots. Peu d'oiseaux. Peu de chansons. Let's have a look at these examples. Je mange beaucoup de fromage. Nous chantons beaucoup de chansons américaines. Marie mange peu de sel. Peu de fenêtres sont vertes. Let's repeat. Je mange beaucoup de fromage. Nous chantons beaucoup de chansons américaines. Marie mange peu de sel. Peu de fenêtres sont vertes. The subject of this lecture are possessive adjectives. These are words like my, your, our, etc. They frequently accompany nouns to determine who something belongs to or part of what something is. Here are the forms of possessive adjectives. In singular, we have dual forms for some adjectives, one for each gender. In plural, we have the same forms for masculine and feminine nouns. So, singular, mon, ma, ton, ta, son, sa. Notre, votre, leur. And plural, mes, tes, ses, nos, vos, leur. Let's repeat. Mon, ma. Ton, ta. Son, sa. Notre, votre, leur. Mes, tes, ses, nos, vos, leur. Here you can see again how the forms are used. In singular masculine we have mon frère, notre frère, ton frère. In singular feminine we have ma sœur, notre sœur, ta sœur. In plural masculine we have mes frères, nos frères, tes frères. In plural feminine we have mes sœurs, nos sœurs, tes sœurs. Let's repeat. Mon frère, notre frère, ton frère. Ma sœur, notre sœur, ta sœur. Mes frères, nos frères, tes frères. Mes sœurs, nos sœurs, tes sœurs. Now let's see how possessive adjectives are used in sentences. Let's start with the singular forms. Ce sont mon fils et ma fille. Ton père aime notre jardin. Comment est sa mère? Notre grand-mère et votre grand-père dansent. Notre voisin et votre voisine sont jumeaux. Leur famille est grande. Let's repeat. Ce sont mon fils et ma fille. Ton père aime notre jardin. Comment est sa mère? Notre grand-mère et votre grand-père dansent. Notre voisin et votre voisine sont jumeaux. Leur famille est grande. And now some plural forms. Mes chansons sont très populaires. Tes amis et leurs amis sont nos amis. Comment sont ces voitures? Nos maisons sont très vieilles. Ses fils et ses filles aiment vos livres, Monsieur Dupont. Vos voitures et vos vélos sont très chers. Let's repeat. Mes chansons sont très populaires. Tes amis et leurs amis sont nos amis. Comment sont ces voitures? Nos maisons sont très vieilles. Ses fils et ses filles aiment vos livres, Monsieur Dupont. Vos voitures et vos vélos sont très chers. One more thing to note. If the feminine noun begins with a vowel or silent H, then we use the possessive adjective mon, ton, son instead of ma, ta, sa in singular. Have a look. Une pomme, ma pomme, ta pomme, sa pomme, bad. Une orange, mon orange, ton orange, son orange. Let's repeat. Ma pomme, ta pomme, sa pomme, mon orange, ton orange, son orange. This lecture is about demonstrative pronouns, so words like this, that, these, and those. There are two kinds of demonstrative words in French. Those which always accompany a noun, these are the demonstrative adjectives, and those which stand on their own, these are the demonstrative pronouns. In this lecture we'll talk about both. Let's begin with indefinite demonstrative pronouns. In English, we use this to refer to objects closer to us and that for objects farther away. Here's how it works in French. Ceci est un arbre. Cela est un arbre. Ça c'est un arbre. Let's repeat. Ceci est un arbre. Cela est un arbre. Ça, c'est un arbre. As you can see, this system is just a little bit more complex. The pronouns above are used in a general sense. Ceci corresponds more or less to this in English, cela and ça to that, the latter being more informal. Ça is often followed by the indefinite subject se, like in the last example. Most often, however, you just use the indefinite subject when introducing things or people, like in the sentence c'est un chien. These pronouns are often used as objects. Have a look. Ceci, j'aime ceci. Cela, j'aime cela. Ça, j'aime ça. Let's repeat. J'aime ceci. J'aime cela. J'aime ça. Demonstrative adjectives. Demonstrative adjectives accompany nouns. They take different forms for each gender and number. So here are the forms of the demonstrative adjectives. In singular masculine we have se, in feminine we have set. The masculine form can be with or without the final T, depending on whether there is a consonant or a vowel that follows. In plural, there is one form for both genders, se, which means these, those. And here you can see how they function in both singular and plural. Ce crayon est court. Cet homme est vieux. Cette voiture est rouge. Ces crayons sont courts. Ces hommes sont vieux. Ces voitures sont rouges. Let's repeat. Ce crayon est court. Cet homme est vieux. Cette voiture est rouge. Ces crayons sont courts. Ces hommes sont vieux. Ces voitures sont rouges. If you want to differentiate between this and that, you can add si or la after the noun. Ce crayon-ci, ce crayon-là. Cet homme-ci, cet homme-là. Cette voiture-ci, cette voiture-là. Ce crayon-ci, ce crayon-là. Ces hommes-ci, ces hommes-là. Ces voitures-ci, ces voitures-là. Let's repeat. Ce crayon-ci, ce crayon-là. Cet homme-ci, cet homme-là. Cette voiture-ci, cette voiture-là. Ce crayon-ci, ce crayon-là. Ces hommes-ci, ces hommes-là. Ces voitures-ci, ces voitures-là. Demonstrative pronouns. And here are the forms of the demonstrative pronouns. As you know, the word pronoun means pronoun, so for the noun, instead of the noun. This means they are used without any accompanying noun or are translated into English as this one, that one, etc. In singular, we have the masculine form celui and the feminine form celle. In plural, we have the masculine ce and the feminine celle. If you want to differentiate between this one and that one, you can add si or la after the pronoun, just like with the demonstrative adjectives. Have a look. Celui-ci, celui-là. Celle-ci, celle-là. Ceux-ci, ceux-là. Celle-ci, celle-là. Here we have different forms of the pronouns discussed above, according to the number and gender. Nous observons deux chiens. Celui-ci est blanc et celui-là est noir. Je loue beaucoup de chambres. Celles-ci sont très petites. Il achète de cadeaux. Ceux-ci sont pour Pierre et ceux-là sont pour Joe. Let's repeat. Nous observons deux chiens. Celui-ci est blanc et celui-là est noir. Je loue beaucoup de chambres. Celles-ci sont très petites. Il achète de cadeaux. Ceux-ci sont pour Pierre et ceux-là sont pour Joe. Adverbs modify adjectives, verbs, and other adverbs. In French, some adverbs are formed from adjectives, but there are also loads of adverbs which are not derived from adjectives. In this lecture, we'll have a look at some common adverbs. Here are some examples of adverbs. They all modify the verb. Sophie cuisine bien. Marie cuisine mal. Elle marche vite. Let's repeat. Sophie cuisine bien. Marie cuisine mal. Elle marche vite. Temporal adverbs. Here are some common temporal adverbs. They all refer to time. Nous étudions déjà. Il est encore jeune. Vous regardez toujours la télé. Aujourd'hui, je travaille. Il chante maintenant. Let's repeat. Nous étudions déjà. Il est encore jeune. Vous regardez toujours la télé. Aujourd'hui, je travaille. Il chante maintenant. Local adverbs. Adverbs that refer to location are called local adverbs. Here are the most common ones. Nous travaillons ici. Vous travaillez là. Elle travaille là-bas. Let's repeat. Nous travaillons ici. Vous travaillez là. Elle travaille là-bas. Modal adverbs. Here are some common modal adverbs. They can modify adjectives, adverbs, or whole sentences. Elle est aussi vieille. Nous sommes très intelligents. C'est seulement un rêve. Tu parles trop vite. Let's repeat. Elle est aussi vieille. Nous sommes très intelligents. C'est seulement un rêve. Tu parles trop vite.
Salut! Hi! In this section we're going to talk about two very important verbs. The first verb is the verb to be, and you already know this verb because we talked about it in the previous section. Here we're going to talk about how it can be used to talk about location, where things are. That things are on something, under something, behind something, in front of something, etc. The other verb we're going to talk about is the verb to have, avoir. And this verb is quite important too. Besides, we're going to discuss a construction which corresponds to the English construction there is, there are. In French we have just one common construction for both singular and plural, and it's il y a. So, enjoy this section. It's not very long, but it's very important. Good luck. Let's start.
In this lecture, we'll describe location of things and people. We'll learn how to ask, where is it? And how to answer that question. There are lots of prepositions of place in French. In this lecture, we just touch upon the topic. We can ask about location using the question, où est? We can describe location by means of prepositions of place. Sur is one of them. It corresponds to the English preposition on. Have a look. Où est le livre? Le livre est sur la table. Let's repeat. Où est le livre? Le livre est sur la table. Another preposition of place is sous. It corresponds to the English preposition under. Have a look. Où est le chat? Le chat est sous la chaise. Let's repeat. Où est le chat? Le chat est sous la chaise. And yet another, dans. This one means in, inside. Have a look. Où est Marie? Marie est dans mon appartement. Let's repeat. Où est Marie? Marie est dans mon appartement. Here are some other common prepositions of place. À. Il habite à Paris. En. Nous sommes en ville. À côté de. C'est à côté de la table. Devant. La chaise est devant l'armoire. Derrière. Le chien est derrière la porte. Près de. Sophie est près de sa voiture. Entre. C'est entre la table et le miroir. Let's repeat. Il habite à Paris. Nous sommes en ville. C'est à côté de la table. La chaise est devant l'armoire. Le chien est derrière la porte. Sophie est près de sa voiture. C'est entre la table et le miroir. In French, there are quite a few prepositions that correspond to the English preposition in. Without going into much detail now, let's keep to the general rule. And the general guidelines as to when to choose each of the prepositions are: à is used with cities. Il est à Paris. Un is used with feminine nouns. Il est en classe. Dans is used in most other cases. Il est dans l'appartement. Let's repeat. Il est à Paris. Il est en classe. Il est dans l'appartement. Just like with être, let's learn the full conjugation of the verb avoir. This is the topic of this lecture. The full conjugation in the present indicative looks like this. J'ai, tu as, il a, elle a, on a. Nous avons, vous avez, ils ont, elles ont. Let's repeat. J'ai, tu as, il a, elle a, on a. Nous avons, vous avez, ils ont, elles ont. Here you can see one general rule. Whenever the personal pronoun je is followed by a vowel or silent H, it's shortened to j with apostrophe. And here we can see how this verb can be used. J'ai un chien noir. Tu as deux sœurs. Il a un ami à Londres. Nous avons beaucoup de temps. Vous avez peu d'argent. Elles ont 2 livres. Let's repeat. J'ai un chien noir. Tu as 2 sœurs. Il a un ami à Londres. Nous avons beaucoup de temps. Vous avez peu d'argent. Elles ont 2 livres. The verb avoir is also used in lots of other meanings, where we could use a different verb in English, often the verb to be. One example is when talking about your age. In English we say, I am 10 years old. In French, we literally say, I have 10 years. And there are other meanings as well. Have a look at some of the most common ones. J'ai 15 ans. Il a chaud. Nous avons froid. J'ai faim. Tu as soif. Ils ont sommeil. Elle a envie de danser. On a besoin d'argent. J'ai peur de ta mère. Tu as raison. Il a tort. Let's repeat. J'ai 15 ans. Il a chaud. Nous avons froid. J'ai faim. Tu as soif. Ils ont sommeil. Elle a envie de danser. On a besoin d'argent. J'ai peur de ta mère. Tu as raison. Il a tort. In this lecture, we'll learn how to say there is and there are in French. In English, we have there is in singular and there are in plural. In French, we have one invariable form, il y a. Here's how we can ask and answer questions with this construction. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a sous la table? Il y a un chat sous la table. Il y a deux chats sous la table. Il y a trois chats sous la table. Let's repeat. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a sous la table? Il y a un chat sous la table. Il y a deux chats sous la table. Il y a trois chats sous la table. And here are some more examples. Il y a deux crayons sur le bureau. Il y a un chat derrière l'arbre. Il y a deux manteaux dans l'armoire. Il y a 20 élèves en classe. Let's repeat. Il y a deux crayons sur le bureau. Il y a un chat derrière l'arbre. Il y a deux manteaux dans l'armoire. Il y a 20 élèves en classe. And some more examples. Il y a deux choses importantes dans la boîte. Il y a un foulard anglais et deux chapeaux grecs. Il y a deux voitures allemandes dans la rue. Il y a 4 chats blancs sur la chaise. Let's repeat. Il y a deux choses importantes dans la boîte. Il y a un foulard anglais et deux chapeaux grecs. Il y a deux voitures allemandes dans la rue. Il y a 4 chats blancs sur la chaise. Although we're only going to talk about questions and negatives later on in this course, let's make an exception now for the construction il y a. So let's start with questions. To make a question, we have to change the order of the words, add some hyphens, and insert an additional T. The easiest way not to bother about it too much is just to memorize the whole construction. Y a-t-il? Have a look. Y a-t-il un chien sous la chaise? Y a-t-il une fenêtre dans le mur? Y a-t-il un téléphone? Y a-t-il deux serviettes? Let's repeat. Y a-t-il un chien sous la chaise? Y a-t-il une fenêtre dans le mur? Y a-t-il un téléphone? Y a-t-il deux serviettes? We can use y a-t-il to ask about quantity. Have a look. Le temps. Combien de temps y a-t-il? Les enfants. Combien d'enfants y a-t-il? Le sucre. Combien de sucre y a-t-il? Les arbres. Combien d'arbres y a-t-il? Le lait. Combien de lait y a-t-il? Let's repeat. Combien de temps y a-t-il? Combien d'enfants y a-t-il? Combien de sucre y a-t-il? Combien d'arbres y a-t-il? Combien de lait y a-t-il? Negatives. And here's how we make negatives. Again, we don't understand why it is so, don't worry about it. Things will get clear in one of the next sections. And for now, just memorize the negative form. Il n'y a pas. Have a look. Il n'y a pas de sucre. Il n'y a pas d'enfants dans la rue. Let's repeat. Il n'y a pas de sucre. Il n'y a pas d'enfants dans la rue. And here's some more examples of negative sentences. Il n'y a pas d'eau dans la rivière. Il n'y a pas d'argent. Il n'y a pas de pommes dans le panier. Il n'y a pas d'oiseaux rouges ici. Let's repeat. Il n'y a pas d'eau dans la rivière. Il n'y a pas d'argent. Il n'y a pas de pommes dans le panier. Il n'y a pas d'oiseaux rouges ici. Time for the first conjugation pattern. We already talked about it in section 3, so let's just revise. Most infinitives in French end in ER. This conjugation pattern is predominant. In this lecture, we'll see again what all the personal forms look like. Let's start by having another look at the conjugation pattern we already know. Here is the verb parler, which belongs to the ER verbs. Parler, to speak. Je parle, tu parles, il parle, nous parlons, vous parlez, il parle. Let's repeat. Je parle, tu parles, il parle, nous parlons, vous parlez, il parle. There are lots of verbs that belong to the ER verbs. Actually, most of French verbs do. Let's now have a look at some examples. Adorer. J'adore ta sœur. Arriver. Nous arrivons aujourd'hui. Visiter. Il visite la ville. Chercher. Vous cherchez la voiture. Trouver. Tu trouves la clé. Jouer. Les enfants jouent au football. Détester. Marie déteste mon chien. Fumer. L'homme fume une pipe. Fermer. Tu fermes la porte. Let's repeat. J'adore ta sœur. Nous arrivons aujourd'hui. Il visite la ville. Vous cherchez la voiture. Tu trouves la clé. Les enfants jouent au football. Marie déteste mon chien. L'homme fume une pipe. Tu fermes la porte. In this lecture, we'll learn how to use the irregular verb faire. Its basic meaning is to do or to make. But like many other verbs, this one is also used with a lot of different meanings. Let's begin with the full conjugation pattern in present tense. Faire, to do, to make. Je fais, tu fais, il fait, nous faisons, vous faites, ils font. Let's repeat. Je fais, tu fais, il fait, nous faisons, vous faites, ils font. So the basic meaning of faire is to do or to make. Let's see how this verb is used in this sense. Nous faisons nos devoirs. Il fait 2 films. Jeanne fait un gâteau. Tu fais une offre. Vous faites la lessive. Je fais le ménage. Pierre fait la vaisselle. Let's repeat. Nous faisons nos devoirs. Il fait 2 films. Jeanne fait un gâteau. Tu fais une offre. Vous faites la lessive. Je fais le ménage. Pierre fait la vaisselle. Faire is used in a lot of weather expressions. Have a look. Il fait beau. Il fait mauvais. Il fait chaud. Il fait frais. Il fait froid. Il fait du brouillard. Il fait du soleil. Il fait du vent. Let's repeat. Il fait beau. Il fait mauvais. Il fait chaud. Il fait frais. Il fait froid. Il fait du brouillard. Il fait du soleil. Il fait du vent. Faire is used in lots of expressions for sports and exercise. Have a look. Je fais du vélo. Ils font du camping. Nous faisons de l'exercice. Il fait du jogging. Je fais du golf. Tu fais du ski. Ils font une partie de football. Let's repeat. Je fais du vélo. Ils font du camping. Nous faisons de l'exercice. Il fait du jogging. Je fais du golf. Tu fais du ski. Ils font une partie de football. Faire is also used in expressions for arts and hobbies. Have a look. Elle fait de la couture. Je fais de la guitare. Nous faisons de la musique. On fait de la peinture. Elle fait de la photographie. Vous faites du piano. Je fais du théâtre. Let's repeat. Elle fait de la couture. Je fais de la guitare. Nous faisons de la musique. On fait de la peinture. Elle fait de la photographie. Vous faites du piano. Je fais du théâtre. There are lots of meanings you can come across. It's one of the most frequently used verbs in French, so these are just some examples of other meanings. Je fais des achats. Elle fait la cuisine. Nous faisons des économies. Il fait le plein. Vous faites une promenade. Ils font les valises. On fait attention à ce texte. Tu fais peur à Jean. Je fais partie d'une équipe. Je fais de la vitesse. Elles font un voyage. Let's repeat. Je fais des achats. Elle fait la cuisine. Nous faisons des économies. Il fait le plein. Vous faites une promenade. Ils font les valises. On fait attention à ce texte. Tu fais peur à Jean. Je fais partie d'une équipe. Je fais de la vitesse. Elles font un voyage. Let's now talk about another conjugation pattern. Some verbs end in IR in their infinitive forms. Let's have a look at some examples and see how they are conjugated. This pattern is a bit different. Have a look. Choisir, to choose. Je choisis. Tu choisis. Elle choisit. Nous choisissons. Vous choisissez. Elles choisissent. Let's repeat. Je choisis. Tu choisis. Elle choisit. Nous choisissons. Vous choisissez. Elles choisissent. This group of verbs isn't as large as the ER group. Let's have a look at some common verbs belonging here. Agir. Il agit vite. Finir. Vous finissez de travailler. Remplir. Nous remplissons le formulaire. Réussir. Tu réussis à tes examens. Grandir. Les enfants grandissent. Let's repeat. Il agit vite. Vous finissez de travailler. Nous remplissons les formulaires. Tu réussis à tes examens. Les enfants grandissent. I'm sure you remember the IR verbs and how they conjugate. In this lecture, we'll be talking about a group of IR verbs that conjugate in different way. Here belong verbs like partir, to leave, or dormir, to sleep, among others. Let's begin with the conjugation pattern in present tense. Partir, to leave. Je pars, tu pars, il part, nous partons, vous partez, ils partent. Let's repeat. Je pars. Tu pars. Il part. Nous partons. Vous partez. Ils partent. Here are some verbs that behave like this. Partir. Nous partons maintenant. Dormir. Le chien dort sous l'arbre. Sentir. Je sens de fleurs. Servir. Elle sert de plats délicieux. Sortir. Les enfants sortent avec Pierre. Mentir. La fille ment. Let's repeat. Nous partons maintenant. Le chien dort sous l'arbre. Je sens des fleurs. Elle sert de plats délicieux. Les enfants sortent avec Pierre. La fille ment. In this lecture, we'll discuss yet another conjugation pattern. Quite a few verbs end in RE in their infinitive forms. Let's see how they are conjugated. Okay, let's start with the conjugation pattern. Here it is. Attendre, to wait. J'attends. Tu attends. Il attend. Nous attendons. Vous attendez. Ils attendent. Let's repeat. J'attends. Tu attends. Il attend. Nous attendons. Vous attendez. Ils attendent. This group of verbs is not as large as the ER group either, but some common verbs belong here. Let's have a look at some examples. Vendre. Elle vend sa maison. Entendre. J'entends la musique. Perdre. Tu perds toujours les clés. Descendre. Nous descendons de l'autobus. Répondre. Vous répondez à mes questions. Défendre. Ils défendent leurs voisins. Let's repeat. Elle vend sa maison. J'entends la musique. Tu perds toujours les clés. Tu perds toujours les clés. Nous descendons de l'autobus. Vous répondez à mes questions. Ils défendent leurs voisins. In this lecture, we learn how to use the verb venir, which means to come. The first thing to learn is the conjugation of the verb venir. Let's see how it's inflected. Venir, to come. Je viens, tu viens, il vient, nous venons, vous venez, ils viennent. Let's repeat. Je viens, tu viens, il vient, nous venons, vous venez, ils viennent. Here are some examples so that you can see how it's used. Il vient de Paris. Nous venons à Paris. Je viens voir ton jardin. Paul vient aujourd'hui. Ils viennent à la fête. Let's repeat. Il vient de Paris. Nous venons à Paris. Je viens voir ton jardin. Paul vient aujourd'hui. Ils viennent à la fête. And here are some other verbs that are inflected like venir. Devenir. Nous devenons riches. Intervenir. Elle intervient toujours. Revenir. Elles reviennent ce soir. Tenir. Tu tiens une pomme. Obtenir. J'obtiens l'information. Let's repeat. Nous devenons riches. Elle intervient toujours. Elles reviennent ce soir. Tu tiens une pomme. J'obtiens l'information. In this lecture, we learn how to conjugate the verb dire, which means to say. Just like with all the other verbs before, let's start with the conjugation pattern, and then let's see to some examples. So, here's how the verb is inflected. Dire, to say. Je dis, tu dis, il dit, nous disons, vous dites, ils disent. Let's repeat. Je dis, tu dis, il dit, nous disons, vous dites, ils disent. This verb is translated as to say or to tell. Let's have a look at some sentences. Je dis bonjour. Il dit que c'est un crayon. Vous dites l'heure. Nous disons toujours la vérité. Elle dit pardon et merci. On dit que le roi est malade. Let's repeat. Je dis bonjour. Il dit que c'est un crayon. Vous dites l'heure. Nous disons toujours la vérité. Elle dit pardon et merci. On dit que le roi est malade. There are some useful expressions with the verb dire. Here are some of them. À vrai dire. Cela va sans dire. C'est beaucoup dire. Pour ainsi dire. Let's repeat. À vrai dire. Cela va sans dire. C'est beaucoup dire. Pour ainsi dire. Some French verbs are pretty regular, but with some systematic spelling changes. In this lecture, we'll talk about all the different groups of verbs where this happens. The first group includes verbs ending in cé, C-E-R. Here we have just one spelling change. In the first person plural, C changes to C with cedilla. Here's the verb prononcer, which is a representative of this group. Prononcer, to pronounce. Je prononce, tu prononces, elle prononce, nous prononçons, vous prononcez, elle prononce. As you can see, there's just one change in the first person plural. You can see it here in red. Here's some other verbs that follow this pattern. Commencer. La leçon commence. Lancer. Je lance la balle. Annoncer. Tu annonces ta démission. Divorcer. Vous divorcez. Remplacer. Nous remplaçons le pile. Menacer. Cela menace la sécurité. Let's repeat. La leçon commence. Je lance la balle. Tu annonces ta démission. Vous divorcez. Nous remplaçons le pile. Cela menace la sécurité. The next group includes verbs ending in G, G-E-R. We change G to G-E in the first person plural in order to maintain the same pronunciation of the stem. The verb manger is an example. Have a look. Manger, to eat. Je mange, tu manges, il mange, nous mangeons, vous mangez, il mange. So again, everything seems quite regular, except the first person plural, as you can see over here in red. And here's some other verbs that follow this pattern. Changer, il change vite. Voyager, nous voyageons beaucoup. Corriger, je corrige le texte. Juger, nous jugeons les gens. Partager, ils partagent le repas. Nager, on nage dans l'étang. Let's repeat. Il change vite. Nous voyageons beaucoup. Je corrige le texte. Nous jugeons les gens. Ils partagent le repas. On nage dans l'étang. In the next group of verbs, there is a mute or very weak E in the syllable before the infinitive ending. This mute or weak E changes to E with an accent in all persons except the first and second person plural. A representative of this group is the verb lever. Lever, to raise. Je lève, tu lèves, elle lève, nous levons, vous levez, elle lève. As you can see, whenever we have this A with the accent, it's pronounced very clearly. It's an open A, lève. And whenever there is an A without an accent, it's very short, very weak. Nous levons, vous levez. And as usual, some other verbs that are inflected this way. Acheter, j'achète un livre. Amener, il amène ses amis. Peser, nous pesons la viande. Mener, ils mènent leurs chevaux. Geler, il gèle. Let's repeat. J'achète un livre. Il amène ses amis. Nous pesons la viande. Ils mènent leurs chevaux. Ils gèlent. In the next group of verbs, we have a similar effect. There is an E with an accent in the syllable before the infinitive ending. This E with an accent changes to E with another accent in all persons except the first and second person plural. A representative of this group is the verb espérer. Espérer, to hope. J'espère. Tu espères. Il espère. Nous espérons. Vous espérez. Ils espèrent. And here again, in the first and second person plural, the E with the accent is quite closed. Espérons, espérer. In all the other forms where there is the change, the E is quite open. Espère. And as usual, some other verbs that are inflected this way. Préférer. Nous préférons celle-ci. Compléter. Il complète la phrase. Posséder. Il possède une voiture. Répéter. Vous répétez l'action. Célébrer. On célèbre la victoire. Let's repeat. Nous préférons celle-ci. Il complète la phrase. Il possède une voiture. Vous répétez l'action. On célèbre la victoire. The next group contains verbs ending in ele or été. In all persons except the first and second person plural, the consonant in the ending gets doubled. A representative of this group is the verb jeter. Jeter, to throw. Je jette, tu jettes, elle jette, nous jetons, vous jetez, elle jette. Again, all the changes are in red. There are more verbs like this. Have a look. Appeler. On appelle le médecin. Épeler. Je pèle mon nom. Projeter. Il projette d'atteindre. Rejeter. Nous rejetons votre offre. Renouveler. Il renouvelle le contrat. Let's repeat. On appelle le médecin. J'appelle mon nom. Il projette d'atteindre. Nous rejetons votre offre. Il renouvelle le contrat. The next group contains verbs ending in ye, y-e-r. In all persons except the first and second person plural, the verbs change y to I. A representative of this group is the verb envoyer. Envoyer, to send. Have a look. J'envoie. Tu envoies. Elle envoie. Nous envoyons. Vous envoyez. Elles envoient. Again, all the changes are in red. Here are some more verbs like this. Essayer. Nous essayons de chanter. Payer. Je paie mes factures. Nettoyer. Il nettoie la chambre. Aboyer. Le chien aboie. Appuyer. Tu appuies sur le bouton. Let's repeat. Nous essayons de chanter. Je paie mes factures. Il nettoie la chambre. Le chien aboie. Tu appuies sur le bouton. In this lecture, we learned some irregular verbs that correspond to the English modal verbs can and may. We'll also learn the verb vouloir, which means to want, and the verb devoir, which means must. The first verb, pouvoir, means can or may. It's not used to talk about our skills, like saying that we can speak English or swim, where savoir is used. It's used when we are talking about the possibilities we have to do something. Let's have a look at the conjugation first. Pouvoir, can, may. Je peux, tu peux, il peut, nous pouvons, vous pouvez, ils peuvent. Let's repeat. Je peux, tu peux, il peut, nous pouvons, vous pouvez, ils peuvent. And now let's have a look at some examples. Je peux venir demain. On peut acheter 2 livres ici. Ils peuvent mourir. Tu peux manger. Nous pouvons aller. Vous pouvez rester ici. Let's repeat. Je peux venir demain. On peut acheter 2 livres ici. Ils peuvent mourir. Tu peux manger. Nous pouvons aller. Vous pouvez rester ici. Here's our next verb, vouloir. Vouloir, to want. Je veux, tu veux, il veut, nous voulons, vous voulez, ils veulent. Let's repeat. Je veux, tu veux, il veut, nous voulons, vous voulez, ils veulent. This verb means to want. Have a look. Je veux gagner. Ils veulent chanter. Marie veut travailler ici. Il veut un vélo. Vous voulez vivre. Tu veux quelque chose. Let's repeat. Je veux gagner. Ils veulent chanter. Marie veut travailler ici. Il veut un vélo. Vous voulez vivre. Tu veux quelque chose. The next verb is devoir. It means must, have to, or owe. Here's the conjugation. Devoir, must, to have to owe. Je dois, tu dois, il doit, nous devons, vous devez, ils doivent. Let's repeat. Je dois, tu dois, il doit, nous devons, vous devez, ils doivent. Let's have a look at some sentences. Nous devons aller maintenant. Je dois téléphoner à ma femme. Elle doit finir le travail. Pierre doit être malade. Cette voiture doit coûter cher. Tu dois $100 à Sophie. Let's repeat. Nous devons aller maintenant. Je dois téléphoner à ma femme. Elle doit finir le travail. Pierre doit être malade. Cette voiture doit coûter cher. Tu dois $100 à Sophie. Reflexive verbs in English are not very common. In French, it's a totally different story. There are lots of reflexive verbs. In this lecture, we'll see how they are formed and we'll have a look at some examples. Conjugation pattern. Reflexive verbs are verbs that are used when the action they refer to is performed on the subject itself. In other words, they are used when the subject and object are the same person or thing. The reflexive pronouns correspond to the English pronouns oneself, myself, yourself, herself, ourselves, etc. The infinitive forms of reflexive verbs use the reflexive pronoun se, which precedes the verb. The reflexive pronoun is different in each person, and when the verb is inflected, the reflexive pronoun is put in front of it and is written as a separate word. Here is the full conjugation pattern. Se laver, to wash oneself. Je me lave. Tu te laves. Il se lave. Nous nous lavons. Vous vous lavez. Il se lave. Let's repeat. Je me lave. Tu te laves. Il se lave. Nous nous lavons. Vous vous lavez. Il se lave. If the verb starts with a vowel or silent H, the reflexive pronouns ending in E are shortened. One more thing you can see in the example below. There are lots of reflexive verbs in French which are not reflexive in English. Have a look. S'habiller, to get dressed. Je m'habille. Tu t'habilles. Elle s'habille. Nous nous habillons. Vous vous habillez. Elle s'habille. So in the first and second person plural there is no elision, but in all the other cases there is. Let's repeat. Je m'habille. Tu t'habilles. Elle s'habille. Nous nous habillons. Vous vous habillez. Elle s'habille. Reflexive versus transitive. As mentioned before, reflexive verbs are used when the subject and object are the same person or thing. Verbs that take objects are called transitive verbs. In the following examples, both verbs take objects, but in the first sentence, the object is the same person as the subject, chez, and in the other example, the object is the car and the subject is chez. Elle se lave. Here, the subject is elle, she, and the object is elle, she. So the subject and the object are the same. And the other example, elle lave la voiture. Here the subject is elle, she, and the object is la voiture, the car. So the subject and the object are different. So in the first example, lave is a reflexive verb. And in the other example, lave is a transitive verb because it takes a different object. In French, there are much more reflexive verbs than in English. Most French reflexive verbs are not reflexive in English. Sometimes it's really hard to guess why they are regarded as reflexive, so it's best to learn them as reflexive and not to think too much about it. Have a look. S'appeler. Je m'appelle Sophie. S'ennuyer. Nous nous ennuyons souvent. Se raser. Henri se rase chaque jour. S'asseoir. Il s'assoit ici. Se doucher. Elle se douche rarement. Se réveiller. Je me réveille tôt. Se peigner. Il se peigne chaque matin. Se baigner. Tu te baignes dans le lac. Se lever. Vous vous levez tard. Se coucher. Tu te couches trop tard. Let's repeat. Je m'appelle Sophie. Nous nous ennuyons souvent. Henri se rase chaque jour. Il s'assoit ici. Elle se douche rarement. Je me réveille tôt. Il se peigne chaque matin. Tu te baignes dans le lac. Vous vous levez tard. Tu te couches trop tard. Reflexive verbs may also be used in a different way. This is the case when you talk about parts of the body. In the examples below, the subject and object is not the same. In sentences like these, the reflexive pronouns tell us to whom the part of the body belongs. So, for example, if I wash my face, then it's my face, and that's why I use the pronoun me before the verb. If you washed your face, then you'd use te, etc. In English, we usually use the possessive adjectives in sentences like this. Have a look at the examples, and it should become clear. Je me lave le visage. So in French we have le visage combined with a reflexive verb. In English we have a possessive adjective, my. Tu te brosses les dents. Jeanne se peigne les cheveux. Pierre se rase la barbe. Let's repeat. Je me lave le visage. Tu te brosses les dents. Jeanne se peigne les cheveux. Pierre se rase la barbe. In this lecture we'll learn how to conjugate and how to use the verb mettre. Its basic meaning is to put, to place. Here's the full conjugation pattern in present tense. Mettre, to put. Je mets, tu mets, il met, nous mettons, vous mettez, ils mettent. Let's repeat. Je mets, tu mets, il met, nous mettons, vous mettez, ils mettent. Here are some examples of mettre. Je mets le livre sur la table. On met la viande dans le frigo. Paul met son manteau. Nous mettons les fleurs dans le vase. Let's repeat. Je mets le livre sur la table. On met la viande dans le frigo. Paul met son manteau. Nous mettons les fleurs dans le vase. And here are some other verbs that are inflected like mettre. Permettre. Elle permet à son mari d'aller. Promettre. Elle promet de dire la vérité. Soumettre. Vous soumettez les documents. Remettre. Il remet son rendez-vous. Let's repeat. Elle permet à son mari d'aller. Elle promet de dire la vérité. Vous soumettez les documents. Il remet son rendez-vous. In this lecture, we'll see how to use the irregular verb to go. This verb is totally irregular, so you have to memorize all the forms. It's also used in many expressions where it's not literally translated into English. As usual, let's start with the conjugation pattern. Aller, to go. Je vais, tu vas, il va. Nous allons, vous allez, ils vont. Let's repeat. Je vais, tu vas, il va, nous allons, vous allez, ils vont. The basic meaning of the verb aller is to go. Let's have a look at some examples. Nous allons au cinéma. L'étudiant va à l'école. Les enfants vont à la piscine. Je vais en autobus. Tu vas à Paris. Aujourd'hui, il va au parc. Vous allez au travail. Let's repeat. Nous allons au cinéma. L'étudiant va à l'école. Les enfants vont à la piscine. Je vais en autobus. Tu vas à Paris. Aujourd'hui, il va au parc. Vous allez au travail. And here are some other meanings you can come across. It's one of the most frequently used verbs in French, so these are just some examples. Comment allez-vous? Je vais bien, merci. Ils s'en vont. Le chapeau vont à mon oncle. Ça va comme ça. Let's repeat. Comment allez-vous? Je vais bien, merci. Ils s'en vont. Le chapeau vont à mon oncle. Ça va comme ça. In this lecture, we'll be talking about three groups of irregular verbs. These are verbs whose infinitives end in savoir, ouïr, and endre. Let's discuss them one by one. So let's start with the savoir verbs. What's characteristic of them is the change of the consonant C to C with cedilla in some of the forms. Here's the conjugation pattern. Recevoir, to receive. Je reçois, tu reçois, elle reçoit, nous recevons, vous recevez, elles reçoivent. Let's repeat. Je reçois, tu reçois, elle reçoit, nous recevons, vous recevez, elles reçoivent. Here's some verbs that follow this pattern. Recevoir. Je reçois beaucoup de lettres. Décevoir. Ils déçoivent leurs parents. S'apercevoir. Jean s'aperçoit de la voiture. Let's repeat. Je reçois beaucoup de lettres. Ils déçoivent leurs parents. Jean s'aperçoit de la voiture. Next, let's have a look at the weird verbs. Here's a conjugation pattern. Conduire, to drive. Je conduis. Tu conduis. Elle conduit. Nous conduisons. Vous conduisez. Elles conduisent. Let's repeat. Je conduis. Tu conduis. Elle conduit. Nous conduisons. Vous conduisez. Elles conduisent. Here are some verbs that follow this pattern. Conduire. Nous conduisons un autobus. Construire. Ils construisent une maison. Produire. Vous produisez des avions. Détruire. Il détruit la machine. Traduire. Je traduis de texte. Let's repeat. Nous conduisons un autobus. Ils construisent une maison. Vous produisez des avions. Il détruit la machine. Je traduis de texte. Finally, and verbs. What's characteristic of them is the GN group in plural. Here's a conjugation pattern. Craindre, to be afraid. Je crains. Tu crains. Elle craint. Nous craignons. Vous craignez. Elles craignent. Let's repeat. Je crains. Tu crains. Elle craint. Nous craignons. Vous craignez. Elles craignent. Here are some verbs that follow this pattern. Craindre. La fille craint le noir. Atteindre. Ils atteignent leurs objectifs. Peindre. Nous peignons des portraits. Let's repeat. La fille craint le noir. Ils atteignent leurs objectifs. Nous peignons des portraits. In this lecture, we'll see how to use the irregular verb to take. This verb is also used in many expressions where not literally translated into English. As usual, let's start with the conjugation pattern. Prendre, to take. Je prends, tu prends, il prend, nous prenons, vous prenez, ils prennent. Let's repeat. Je prends, tu prends, il prend, nous prenons, vous prenez, ils prennent. The basic meaning of the verb prendre is to take. Let's have a look at some examples. Il prend un taxi. Nous prenons nos affaires. Elles prennent mon stylo. Je prends le train pour Paris. Tu prends Marie pour Sophie. Je prends mon temps. Let's repeat. Il prend un taxi. Nous prenons nos affaires. Elles prennent mon stylo. Je prends le train pour Paris. Tu prends Marie pour Sophie. Je prends mon temps. And here's some other meanings you can come across. Il prend son dîner. Vous prenez à gauche. On prend un verre. Les voitures prennent feu. Le film prend fin. Nous prenons froid. Let's repeat. Il prend son dîner. Vous prenez à gauche. On prend un verre. Les voitures prennent feu. Le film prend fin. Nous prenons froid. There are a couple of verbs that are conjugating like prendre. Have a look. Apprendre, to learn, to teach. Vous apprenez à danser. Vous apprenez à Pierre à danser. Comprendre, to understand. Je comprends chaque mot. Surprendre, to surprise. Il surprend toujours sa femme. Let's repeat. Vous apprenez à danser. Vous apprenez à Pierre à danser. Je comprends chaque mot. Il surprend toujours sa femme. In this lecture, we'll learn some more irregular verbs, and that will be it for now. It doesn't mean there are no more irregular verbs. Actually, there are many more, but we'll be learning them as need arises in the future lectures. Let's begin with the verb voir. Here's a full conjugation pattern in present tense. Voir, to see. Je vois, tu vois, il voit, nous voyons, vous voyez, il voit. Let's repeat. Je vois, tu vois, il voit, nous voyons, vous voyez, il voit. The meaning of voir is to see. Let's see how this verb is used. Je vois un oiseau. Nous voyons les nuages. Il voit bien la montagne. Elle voit son ombre. Let's repeat. Je vois un oiseau. Nous voyons les nuages. Il voit bien la montagne. Elle voit son ombre. Another important verb is croire. It means to believe. Here's the inflection. Croire, to believe. Je crois, tu crois, il croit, nous croyons, vous croyez, il croit. Let's repeat. Je crois, tu crois, il croit, nous croyons, vous croyez, il croit. And here's some examples to illustrate the verb croire. Je crois que tu as raison. Il croit en Dieu. Je crois que oui. Nous croyons que c'est vrai. Let's repeat. Je crois que tu as raison. Il croit en Dieu. Je crois que oui. Nous croyons que c'est vrai. Our next verb is courir. Here's the conjugation. Courir, to run. Je cours, tu cours, il court, Nous courons. Vous courez. Il court. Let's repeat. Je cours. Tu cours. Il court. Nous courons. Vous courez. Il court. Here's some examples. Nous courons très rapidement. Il court tous les jours. Je cours, il est tard. Elle court un marathon. Let's repeat. Nous courons très rapidement. Il court tous les jours. Je cours, il est tard. Elle court un marathon. Now let's have a look at the verb rire. Here's the conjugation. Rire, to laugh. Je ris. Tu ris. Il rit. Nous rions. Vous riez. Il rit. Let's repeat. Je ris. Tu ris. Il rit. Nous rions. Vous riez. Il rit. Another verb that follows the same pattern is sourire, which means to smile. Here are some examples with rire and sourire. Tu ris tout le temps. La fille rit de son ami. Vous souriez à Sophie. Nous sourions beaucoup. Let's repeat. Tu ris tout le temps. La fille rit de son ami. Vous souriez à Sophie. Nous sourions beaucoup. Now let's have a look at the verb vivre. This verb is used to say that someone or some animal is alive. It can also be used to say where we live, although in such cases we can also use the regular verb habiter. Here is the conjugation. Vivre. Je vis. Tu vis. Il vit. Nous vivons. Vous vivez. Ils vivent. Let's repeat. Je vis. Tu vis. Il vit. Nous vivons. Vous vivez. Ils vivent. Here are some examples with the verb vivre. Ils vivent à l'étranger. Mon grand-père vit encore. Les tortues vivent longtemps. Je vis de mon salaire. Let's repeat. Ils vivent à l'étranger. Mon grand-père vit encore. Les tortues vivent longtemps. Je vis de mon salaire. The next verb is écrire. Here's the conjugation. Écrire, to write. J'écris. Tu écris. Il écrit. Nous écrivons. Vous écrivez. Ils écrivent. Let's repeat. J'écris. Tu écris. Il écrit. Nous écrivons. Vous écrivez. Ils écrivent. And some examples. Elle écrit de romans. Nous écrivons de livres. J'écris une lettre. Tu écris bien. Let's repeat. Elle écrit de romans. Nous écrivons de livres. J'écris une lettre. Tu écris bien. Finally, our last verb in this lecture, boire. Here's the conjugation. Boire, to drink. Je bois, tu bois, il boit. Nous buvons, vous buvez, ils boivent. Let's repeat. Je bois, tu bois, il boit. Nous buvons, vous buvez, ils boivent. And some examples. Elle boit beaucoup. Nous buvons 1 litre d'eau. Je bois 2 bouteilles par jour. Tu bois le café. Let's repeat. Elle boit beaucoup. Nous buvons 1 litre d'eau. Je bois 2 bouteilles par jour. Tu bois le café. In this lecture, we learn 2 irregular verbs that correspond to the English verb to know. The first verb, savoir, means to know, to have knowledge. It's not used to say that we know someone, where connaître is used. Let's have a look at the conjugation first. Savoir, to know, can. Je sais, tu sais, il sait, nous savons, vous savez, ils savent. Let's repeat. Je sais, tu sais, il sait, nous savons, vous savez, ils savent. The basic meaning of savoir is to know. It can be used on its own, like in the sentence je sais, I know. When used with another infinitive, it means can, to be able. Here are some examples of how to use this verb. Je sais où vous habitez. Nous savons que tu es riche. Il sait mon adresse. Elles savent conduire. Vous savez nager. Let's repeat. Je sais où vous habitez. Nous savons que tu es riche. Il sait mon adresse. Elles savent conduire. Vous savez nager. The other verb we're going to talk about in this lecture is connaître. This one is used to say that you know someone or a place or an idea or a thing. Have a look at how it's inflected. Connaître, to know, to be acquainted with. Je connais, tu connais, il connaît, nous connaissons, vous connaissez, ils connaissent. Let's repeat. Je connais, tu connais, il connaît, nous connaissons, vous connaissez, ils connaissent. Time for some examples. Have a look. Nous connaissons Marie. Je connais bien cette ville. Elle connaît le livre de Zola. Vous connaissez cet édifice. Tu connais cette région. Let's repeat. Nous connaissons Marie. Je connais bien cette ville. Elle connaît le livre de Zola. Vous connaissez cet édifice. Tu connais cette région?
Salut, hi. This is a very important section. It's all about verbs. First, we're going to discuss regular verbs belonging to the three groups: ER verbs like chanter, parler, RE verbs like attendre, perdre, and IR verbs like finir, choisir. Then, we're going to talk about irregular verbs. In French, there are plenty of irregular verbs, and the conjugation patterns differ a lot. We're also going to talk about reflexive verbs in this section. Reflexive verbs are very commonly used in French, much more than in English. So, in this section, we're going to work really hard. And now let's start. Salut, hi. Up to now, we've been using affirmative sentences first of all. In this section, we're going to learn how to make interrogative and negative sentences. We're going to learn how to ask general questions, specific questions, how to ask about the subject, the object, etc. We're going to talk about negative sentences, how to make a sentence negative. We're also going to talk about imperatives, both positive and negative ones. So, seems like quite a lot of work to do, and now let's start.
General questions in French are slightly more complicated than in English. Actually, there are a couple of ways of making them, 4 of which are the most important ones and will be discussed in this lecture. We can distinguish the following 4 types of general questions. 1. Intonation questions. 2. Tag questions. 3. Questions with est-ce que, and 4. Questions with inversion. In this lecture, we'll discuss them one by one. So let's start with intonation questions. In intonation questions, the word order doesn't change. In written, we just add a question mark. In spoken, we raise the pitch of our voice at the end of the sentence so that it sounds like a question. Intonation questions are the easiest to make and they are frequently used in spoken language. Have a look. Tu vas à l'école. Tu vas à l'école. So the first sentence is affirmative. And the second sentence is interrogative. What changes is the intonation. Tu vas à l'école. Tu vas à l'école. Et la fin. Et la fin. Let's repeat. Tu vas à l'école. Tu vas à l'école. Et la fin. Et la fin. Tag questions. Tag questions are also very frequently used, especially in spoken language. In French, they are easier than in English, because there is just one common form, regardless of the verb or personal pronoun used in the sentence. All we have to do is add n'est-ce pas at the end. Have a look. Tu vas à l'école, n'est-ce pas? Vous savez nager, n'est-ce pas? Et la fin, n'est-ce pas? On chante beaucoup, n'est-ce pas? Let's repeat. Tu vas à l'école, n'est-ce pas? Vous savez nager, n'est-ce pas? Et la fin, n'est-ce pas? On chante beaucoup, n'est-ce pas? Questions with est-ce que. This one is easy too, and it's used a lot. All you have to do is add est-ce que at the beginning of the statement. The word order otherwise doesn't change. Have a look. Nous sommes déjà à Paris. Est-ce que nous sommes déjà à Paris? Il attend son ami. Est-ce qu'il attend son ami? Let's repeat. Nous sommes déjà à Paris. Est-ce que nous sommes déjà à Paris? Il attend son ami. Est-ce qu'il attend son ami? Inversion. The last type of questions we're going to discuss are questions with inversion. Short questions with inversion are pretty common in spoken language, but generally inversion is more characteristic of written or formal spoken language. There are just a few things we must keep in mind. Let's talk about them now. The easiest case is when the subject of a sentence is one of the pronouns tu, nous, vous, il, elle. Then there is just the inversion. The only thing to remember is that we insert a hyphen between the verb and the pronoun. Have a look. Ils ont un chien. Ont-ils un chien? Vous parlez français. Parlez-vous français? Let's repeat. Ils ont un chien. Ont-ils un chien? Vous parlez français. Parlez-vous français? If the subject is expressed by the pronoun je, we usually avoid inversion. Instead, we add est at the beginning. In formal speech, some verbs may be inverted with je, but it's hardly ever found in everyday spoken language. Have a look. Je dois revenir. Est-ce que je dois revenir? That's how we would use it in everyday language. In formal language, we can come across something like dois-je revenir? But this form should be avoided in everyday spoken language. Let's repeat. Je dois revenir. Est-ce que je dois revenir? Dois-je revenir? When the subject is one of the pronouns il, elle, or on, and the verb form ends in a vowel, we insert an additional letter T, surrounded by hyphens, between the verb and the pronoun. Have a look. On a raison. A-t-on raison? Il parle anglais. Parle-t-il anglais? Elle est allemande. Est-elle allemande? Let's repeat. On a raison. A-t-on raison? Il parle anglais. Parle-t-il anglais? Elle est allemande. Est-elle allemande? In the last example, there is no additional T because the verb form does not end in a vowel. It ends in T, which is a consonant. Finally, if the subject is a noun, not a pronoun, then we maintain the noun subject and additionally add an inverted pronoun. Have a look. Cette fille parle bien. Cette fille parle-t-elle bien? Adrien a une voiture. Adrien a-t-il une voiture? Marie et Pierre sont heureux. Marie et Pierre sont-ils heureux? Let's repeat. Cette fille parle bien. Cette fille parle-t-elle bien? Adrien a une voiture. Adrien a-t-il une voiture? Marie et Pierre sont heureux. Marie et Pierre sont-ils heureux? One more example. You know the expression il y a. which means there is, there are. Look at how we make the questions is there, are there. Il y a des garçons. Y a-t-il des garçons? Il y a beaucoup de feux. Y a-t-il beaucoup de feux? Well, this is something we already discussed before, but just to revise it now briefly, have a look at these examples again. And now let's repeat. Il y a deux garçons. Y a-t-il deux garçons? Il y a beaucoup de feux. Y a-t-il beaucoup de feux? And here's how the inverted questions with reflexive verbs are made. The reflexive pronoun precedes the verb. Tu t'habilles. T'habilles-tu? Marie se lève. Marie se lève-t-elle? Vous vous lavez les mains. Vous lavez-vous les mains? Let's repeat. Tu t'habilles. T'habilles-tu? Marie se lève. Marie se lève-t-elle? Vous vous lavez les mains. Vous lavez-vous les mains? In this lecture, we'll see how to ask specific questions. We'll recap on the question words we already know and we'll learn some new ones. Asking about location, where. You already know the question word où, used to ask about location. Have a look at it again. Où? Où vas-tu? Où est-ce que vous travaillez? Où habite-t-il? Let's repeat. Où vas-tu? Où est-ce que vous travaillez? Où habite-t-il? Asking about amount, how much, how many. This one surely looks familiar to you as well. Combien means both how much and how many. Before nouns, it's preceded by the preposition de. Combien coûte-t-il? Combien de temps y a-t-il? Combien d'enfants avez-vous? Let's repeat. Combien coûte-t-il? Combien de temps y a-t-il? Combien d'enfants avez-vous? Which? Here is another question word, quel, which corresponds to which or what in English. It always agrees with the noun it precedes. Have a look. In singular masculine we have quel, quel jour. In singular feminine we have quelle, quelle nuit. In plural we have the masculine form quel, quel jour, and the plural feminine form is quelle, like in quelle nuit. As you can hear, all these forms are pronounced in the same way, but they are spelled in a different way. Let's repeat. Quel jour, quelle nuit, quel jour, quelle nuit. Asking about particular items, which, what. When followed by a noun, quel usually corresponds to which in English. When followed by the verb to be, it usually corresponds to what in English, but not always. Have a look. Quelle pomme veux-tu acheter? Quelle est ta couleur préférée? Quel ton fait-il aujourd'hui? Let's repeat. Quelle pomme veux-tu acheter? Quelle est ta couleur préférée? Quel ton fait-il aujourd'hui? How would like. The question word comment is used as both how and what like. Have a look at how it functions. Comment allez-vous? Comment dit-on bonjour en anglais? Comment t'appelles-tu? Let's repeat. Comment allez-vous? Comment dit-on bonjour en anglais? Comment t'appelles-tu? Asking about time, when. In order to ask about time, we use the word quand, which means when. Have a look. Quand est-ce qu'il arrive? Quand est-ce que tu pars? Quand vient-elle? Let's repeat. Quand est-ce qu'il arrive? Quand est-ce que tu pars? Quand vient-elle? Asking about reason, why. We use pourquoi to ask about reason. Have a look. Pourquoi Pierre va-t-il déjà? Pourquoi est-ce que tu pleures? Pourquoi dormez-vous? Let's repeat. Pourquoi Pierre va-t-il déjà? Pourquoi est-ce que tu pleures? Pourquoi dormez-vous? In this lecture, we'll see how to ask about the subject. The question word we use depends on whether the subject is a person or not. To make life a bit more sophisticated, we have three possible forms to choose from. 1. Person-subject short form. 2. Person-subject long form. And 3. Non-person-subject long form. As you can see, we do not have a short form for non-person subjects. Let's see how it all works. So, person-subject short form. The question word used for person subjects is qui, who. The short form consists just of this word. This form is very simple and is quite commonly used. Have a look. Qui parle? Qui veut rester? Qui arrive? Let's repeat. Qui parle? Qui veut rester? Qui arrive? Now, person-subject long form. The questions above could all be asked using the long form as well. The long form is qu'est-ce qui, who. This form is used quite frequently instead of the short one, but has the same meaning. Have a look at the same examples. Qu'est-ce qui? Qui est-ce qui parle? Qui est-ce qui veut rester? Qui est-ce qui arrive? Let's repeat. Qui est-ce qui parle? Qui est-ce qui veut rester? Qui est-ce qui arrive? Now, non-person subject long form. As far as the non-person subject is concerned, there is only the long form. It's similar to the person subject long form, so pay attention to it so that you don't get confused. The long form is qu'est-ce qui, what? Have a look. Qu'est-ce qui est si urgent? Qu'est-ce qui a trois roues? Qu'est-ce qui arrive? Let's repeat. Qu'est-ce qui est si urgent? Qu'est-ce qui a trois roues? Qu'est-ce qui arrive? In this lecture, we'll see how to ask about the object. The question word we use depends on whether the object is a person or not. Again, we have multiple possible forms to choose from. 1. Person object, short form. 2. person object long form, 3. non-person object short form, and 4. non-person object long form. As you can see, here we do have a short form for non-person objects. Let's see how it all works. Person object short form. The question word used for person objects is qui, who, whom. Have a look. Qui invite-t-elle? Qui aimez-vous? Qui connais-tu? Let's repeat. Qui invite-t-elle? Qui aimez-vous? Qui connais-tu? Person object long form. Again, the questions above could all be asked using the long form as well. The long form is qu'est-ce que, who, whom. Have a look at the same examples. Qui est-ce qu'elle invite? Qui est-ce que vous aimez? Qui est-ce que tu connais? Let's repeat. Qui est-ce qu'elle invite? Qui est-ce que vous aimez? Qui est-ce que tu connais? Non-person object short form. The question word used for non-person objects is que, what. It's followed by the verb and then by the subject, which may be expressed by either a pronoun or noun. Have a look. Qu'a-t-il? Qu'a le docteur? Que regardes-tu? Que regarde Pierre? Let's repeat. Qu'a-t-elle? Qu'a le docteur? Que regardes-tu? Que regarde Pierre? Non-person object long form. We can use the long form as well. Again, pay attention to the form because it's very much like some other forms you already know. The long form is qu'est-ce que, what. Have a look. Qu'est-ce que tu cherches? Qu'est-ce que vous voyez? Qu'est-ce qu'il veut faire? Let's repeat. Qu'est-ce que tu cherches? Qu'est-ce que vous voyez? Qu'est-ce qu'il veut faire? In this lecture, we talk about negative sentences. The most common way of negating a sentence is by means of the word not in English. In French, we use the words ne pas, with the inflected verb form in the middle. In order to make a sentence negative, you have to put the negating word ne before the inflected form of the verb and pas after it. Before vowels or silent H, ne is shortened to N with apostrophe. Have a look. C'est une horloge. Ce n'est pas une horloge. Pierre parle anglais. Pierre ne parle pas anglais. Nous allons à Lyon. Nous n'allons pas à Lyon. Let's repeat. C'est une horloge. Ce n'est pas une horloge. Pierre parle anglais. Pierre ne parle pas anglais. Nous allons à Lyon. Nous n'allons pas à Lyon. In the first example, we had the verb to be followed by an indefinite article. C'est une horloge. The negative form is pretty straightforward. Ce n'est pas une horloge. This is how indefinite articles behave after the verb to be. Nothing special. However, things are different with most other verbs, like for example the verb to have, avoir. This time, the indefinite articles un, une, deux become deux in negative sentences. If followed by a vowel, deux is shortened to d apostrophe. Have a look. Il a un crayon. Il n'a pas de crayon. Je vois des oranges. Je ne vois pas d'oranges. On cherche une réponse. On ne cherche pas de réponse. Let's repeat. Il a un crayon. Il n'a pas de crayon. Je vois des oranges. Je ne vois pas d'oranges. On cherche une réponse. On ne cherche pas de réponse. This change doesn't apply to definite articles. These are always maintained. Here are some examples similar to the ones above, but with definite articles. Il a le crayon. Il n'a pas le crayon. Je vois les oranges. Je ne vois pas les oranges. On cherche la réponse. On ne cherche pas la réponse. Let's repeat. Il a le crayon. Il n'a pas le crayon. Je vois les oranges. Je ne vois pas les oranges. On cherche la réponse. On ne cherche pas la réponse. Finally, how do we say there isn't, there aren't? Well, actually, we already talked about it, but let's revise. Well, we know that there is, there are is il y a. So, how about the negative form? Well, we also add ne pas, and we also change the indefinite article to de. Watch where the ne part of the negation goes. Il y a une voiture. Il n'y a pas de voiture. Il y a des arbres. Il n'y a pas d'arbres. Let's repeat. Il y a une voiture. Il n'y a pas de voiture. Il y a des arbres. Il n'y a pas d'arbres. Now that we can make affirmative and negative sentences, as well as questions, let's see how to answer a question positively and negatively. In English, we use yes and no at the beginning. In French, we have oui and non, respectively. Have a look. Parlez-vous allemand? Oui, je parle allemand. Non, je ne parle pas allemand. Let's repeat. Parlez-vous allemand? Oui, je parle allemand. Non, je ne parle pas allemand. So, to sum it up, we use non at the beginning of the sentence and ne pas inside the sentence. Have a look again. Non, ce n'est pas Pierre. So, English no corresponds to French non. English not corresponds to French ne pas. In the previous lecture, we were talking about negative sentences. In this lecture, we'll be talking about negative questions. Okay, so nothing special happens if there is no inversion. Have a look at some negative questions without inversion. First, there is an intonation question. Then there is a question with est-ce que. Tu n'as pas d'amis? Est-ce que tu n'as pas d'amis? So, as you can see, the word order here doesn't change. It's exactly the same as in affirmative sentences. If there is inversion, ne precedes the inflected verb and pas follows the inverted subject pronoun. Have a look at the following sentences. Here we have a positive statement, a negative statement, a positive question, and a negative question. Il a faim. Il n'a pas faim. A-t-il faim? N'a-t-il pas faim? Pay special attention to the last example because this is a negative question. So, ne precedes the inflected verb, which is a, has, and pas follows the inverted subject pronoun. And the inverted subject pronoun is il. N'a-t-il pas faim? Let's repeat. Il a faim. Il n'a pas faim. A-t-il faim? N'a-t-il pas faim? Let's have a look at some more negative questions. Ne parles-tu pas anglais? Ne sommes-nous pas prêts? N'y a-t-il pas de jus? Marie ne reste-t-elle pas ici? Michel et Pierre ne sont-ils pas acteurs? Ne travailles-tu pas ici? Let's repeat. Ne parles-tu pas anglais? Ne sommes-nous pas prêts? N'y a-t-il pas de jus? Marie ne reste-t-elle pas ici? Michel et Pierre ne sont-ils pas acteurs? Ne travailles-tu pas ici? Now, how do we answer negative questions? If you disagree, you say si. Otherwise, you say non. Have a look at this. First, positive questions. Parles-tu français? Oui, je parle français. Non, je ne parle pas français. Well, this is something you already know. And now negative questions. Ne parles-tu pas français? Si, je parle français. Non, je ne parle pas français. So if the question is negative and you want to say that yes, on the contrary to the sentence something is true, then you use si instead of oui. Just like in the example here. Si, je parle français. Let's repeat. Parles-tu français? Oui, je parle français. Non, je ne parle pas français. Ne parles-tu pas français? Si, je parle français. Non, je ne parle pas français. In this lecture, we'll talk about imperatives. Imperatives are used to make commands, give instructions and orders. There are three imperative forms in French, corresponding to the second person singular, second person plural, and first person plural. The second person plural is also used as the formal form if you talk to someone you are not on first name terms with. What all imperatives have in common is that they are used without the subject pronouns. Also, they are all based on the present tense indicative forms. They have different forms depending on which group the verb belongs to. So we are now going to discuss the imperative forms of the ER, IR, and RE verbs one by one. ER verbs. So let's start with the ER verbs. In the second person singular, we drop the final S. The other two forms are identical with their indicative counterparts. Have a look. Parler, to speak. On the left, we have the indicative form, and on the right, we have the imperative form. Tu parles, parle. Vous parlez, parlez. Nous parlons, parlons. So as you can see, the second person plural and the first person plural have exactly the same forms as in indicative mood. But the second person singular has a slightly different form. The S is dropped. Let's repeat. Parle, parler, parlons. Here are some examples. Parler. Parlons suédois. Écoutez. Écoute cette chanson. Regardez. Regardez le tableau. Chantez. Chantons quelque chose. Let's repeat. Parlons suédois. Écoute cette chanson. Regardez le tableau. Chantons quelque chose. IR verbs. Now let's have a look at the IR verbs. Here it's even easier because all three forms are identical with their indicative counterparts. Have a look. Finir, to finish. Tu finis, finis. Vous finissez, finissez. Nous finissons, finissons. So all we have to do here is drop the personal pronoun. Let's repeat. Fini, finissez, finissons. And some examples. Finir. Finis tes devoirs. Choisir. Choisissons une chanson. Nourrir. Nourrissez le chat. Obéir. Obéis à tes parents. Let's repeat. Finis tes devoirs. Choisissons une chanson. Nourrissez le chat. Obéis à tes parents. RA verbs. Finally, the RA verbs. These are just as easy. Have a look. Attendre, to wait. Tu attends? Attends. Vous attendez? Attendez. Nous attendons? Attendons. And again, here, all we have to do is drop the personal pronoun. Let's repeat. Attends. Attendez. Attendons. And again, some examples. Attendre. Attendez votre mère. Vendre. Vends ta maison. Descendre. Descendons la montagne. Répondre. Réponds à ma question. Let's repeat. Attendez votre mère. Vends ta maison. Descendons la montagne. Réponds à ma question. Negative imperatives. Negative imperatives are very easy to make. All you need to do is add ne pas, just like with indicatives. Have a look. Attendez votre mère. N'attendez pas votre mère. Réponds à ma question. Ne réponds pas à ma question. Let's repeat. Attendez votre mère. N'attendez pas votre mère. Réponds à ma question. Ne réponds pas à ma question. The imperatives of irregular verbs are usually identical with their indicative counterparts. However, there are a few exceptions. Let's have a look. So let's take the irregular verb faire, to do, to make. It's a typical example of an irregular verb. As you can see, the forms are identical. Again, on the left we have the indicative forms, and on the right we have the imperative forms, which are exactly the same. Have a look. Faire, to make, to do. Tu fais, fais. Vous faites, faites. Nous faisons, faisons. Let's repeat. Fait, faites, faisons. And most irregular verbs behave like this. But not all of them. Here we have the verb aller, to go. What differs is the form in the second person singular. It's spelled without the final S, but the pronunciation is the same. Have a look. Tu vas, va. Vous allez, allez. Nous allons, allons. Let's repeat. Va, aller, allons. Two other important exceptions are the verbs être, to be, and avoir, to have. Have a look at the former. Être. Tu es, sois. Vous êtes, soyez. Nous sommes, soyons. Let's repeat. Sois, soyez, soyons. Another verb, avoir, to have. Tu as, es. Vous avez, ayez. Nous avons, ayons. Let's repeat. Est, ayez, ayons. And some examples. Faire. Faisons le ménage. Aller. Va à la poste. Être. Sois patient. Avoir. Ayez le courage de faire cela. Let's repeat. Faisons le ménage. Va à la poste. Sois patient. Ayez le courage de faire cela. Now that you know how to make positive and negative imperative forms, let's have a look at one more thing, reflexive verbs. In the indicative mood, the personal forms or reflexive verbs are preceded by the reflexive pronouns. So we say, je me lave, tu te peignes, elle se lève, etc. In imperative mood, the reflexive pronouns follow the verbs and are written with a hyphen. There's one difference. In the second person singular, we use the pronoun toi instead of te. Have a look. On the left we have the indicative forms, on the right we have the imperative forms. Tu te lèves, but lève-toi. Vous vous levez, levez-vous. Nous nous levons, levons-nous. Let's repeat. Lève-toi. Levez-vous. Levons-nous. What's interesting, negative imperatives make use of the pronoun te, not toi. And the pronouns precede the verbs again. Here on the left we have the positive imperatives, and on the right we have the negative ones. Lève-toi, but ne te lève pas. Levez-vous, ne vous levez pas. Levons-nous, ne nous levons pas. Let's repeat. Lève-toi, ne te lève pas. Levez-vous, ne vous levez pas. Levons-nous, ne nous levons pas. And here are some examples. Promenons-nous dans le parc. Ne t'endors pas maintenant. Assieds-toi sur le lit. Lavez-vous les mains. Let's repeat. Promenons-nous dans le parc. Ne t'endors pas maintenant. Assieds-toi sur le lit. Lavez-vous les mains.
Hi, in this section, our topic is direct and indirect object. We're going to talk about nouns and pronouns functioning as the subject or the object in a sentence. We're also going to cover quite a lot of prepositions. And we're going to talk about pronouns used after prepositions. One of our topics in this section also includes reciprocal verbs. So, enjoy this section and let's get to work.
Although there is no case system in French like in some other languages, German for example, there are ways to express the meaning of different cases like nominative or objective case. In this lecture, we'll see how this is done. Noun as subject. If the noun functions as the doer of the action expressed by the verb in a sentence, it functions as the subject. The subject may be expressed by a noun or a pronoun. Let's concentrate on nouns for a while. In the following sentences, the nouns function as subjects. Have a look. Le tigre est dangereux. Le lapin sont rapides. Le train arrive tard. Les oiseaux chantent. Le soleil brille. Le docteur travaille dur. Let's repeat. Le tigre est dangereux. Le lapin sont rapides. Le train arrive tard. Les oiseaux chantent. Le soleil brille. Le docteur travaille dur. Noun as direct object. The noun may also complement the verb. Then it functions as an object. There are direct and indirect objects. Direct objects are the ones acted upon. Let's take an English sentence like, Joe fed the dog. Here, the dog is the object that was acted on. The dog was fed. So, the dog is the direct object. In French, it works the same. Have a look at the following examples. Nous regardons la télé. Nous buvons le thé. Tu ouvres la porte. La mère appelle les enfants. Henri invite son professeur. Marc loue Jeanne. Let's repeat. Nous regardons la télé. Nous buvons le thé. Tu ouvres la porte. La mère appelle les enfants. Henri invite son professeur. Marc loue Jeanne. Noun as indirect object. Besides direct objects, we have indirect objects. These are objects affected by the action. Have a look at this sentence. Bill sent her a present. Here, a present is the direct object, because it was acted on. A present was sent. Her is the indirect object, because it was affected by the action. A present was sent to her. In French, indirect objects are preceded by a preposition. In most cases, it's the preposition à. But there are a few other options as well. Have a look at the following examples. Nous écrivons de lettres à Pierre. Elle prête le livre à son ami. J'achète un cadeau pour ma fille. Il montre ses jouets à Marie. Let's repeat. Nous écrivons de lettres à Pierre. Elle prête le livre à son ami. J'achète un cadeau pour ma fille. Il montre ses jouets à Marie. In this lecture, we'll learn how to use personal pronouns as direct objects. We will also have a look at the word order, which differs from that in English. Personal pronouns as direct objects. In English, we use personal pronouns as subjects, I, you, she, they, or as objects, me, him, us. There is no difference between direct and indirect object. In French, on the other hand, there are distinct forms for direct and indirect objects. Let's begin with direct objects. Here are the pronouns that are used as direct objects. In the first person singular we have me or m with apostrophe before vowels or silent H. In the second person singular we have t or t apostrophe. In the third person singular we have le or la or l with apostrophe, depending on the gender and whether there is a vowel or a consonant following this pronoun. In plural we have nous in the first person, vous in the second person, and le in the third person, both masculine and feminine gender. So have a look at this, and as usual, the shortened versions are used before vowels and silent H. Now, what's the word order? If the direct object is expressed by noun, the word order is just like in English. Subject plus verb plus direct object. If the object is expressed by a pronoun, then the pronoun is put directly before the verb, unlike in English. Have a look. Je vois le singe. Je le vois. Je vois la chèvre. Je la vois. Je vois les taureaux. Je les vois. Je vois le puce. Je les vois. Let's repeat. Je vois le singe. Je le vois. Je vois la chèvre. Je la vois. Je vois les taureaux. Je les vois. Je vois les puces. Je les vois. Now look at these examples and see how the pronouns are used. Je te connais bien. Elle l'aime. Je les achète. Il ne t'aime pas. Mon ami m'invite. Tu le prends. Marie nous déteste. Nous ne vous voyons pas. Les enfants les lisent. Let's repeat. Je te connais bien. Elle l'aime. Je les achète. Ils ne t'aiment pas. Mon ami m'invite. Tu le prends. Marie nous déteste. Nous ne vous voyons pas. Les enfants les lisent. As you can see, in negative sentences, the ne part of the negation precedes the pronoun. Like in the last but one example, nous ne vous voyons pas. Questions with inversion. In questions with inversion, the pronoun comes immediately before the verb. Have a look. Le connais-tu bien? L'aime-t-elle? Les achète-t-il? Ne t'aime-t-elle pas? Mon ami m'invite-t-il? La prenez-vous? Let's repeat. Le connais-tu bien? L'aime-t-elle? Les achète-t-il? Ne t'aime-t-elle pas? Mon ami m'invite-t-il? La prenez-vous? In this lecture, we'll learn how to use personal pronouns as indirect objects. Again, we will also have a look at the word order, which differs from that in English. Personal pronouns as indirect objects. Personal pronouns functioning as indirect objects partially overlap with ones functioning as direct objects. But there is a difference in the third person singular and plural. So in the first person singular we have me or m with apostrophe again. In the second person singular we have te or t with apostrophe. Now in the third person singular we have lui in both masculine and feminine gender. In the first and second person plural we have the same pronouns as those used as direct objects, nous and vous. But in the third person, plural, we have leur in both masculine and feminine gender. Word order. Personal pronouns are also put directly before the verb. Je parle à Jean, je lui parle. Je parle à Jeanne, je lui parle. Je parle à Jean et Paul, je leur parle. Je parle à Jeanne et Marie, je leur parle. Let's repeat. Je parle à Jean, je lui parle. Je parle à Jeanne, je lui parle. Je parle à Jean et Paul, je leur parle. Je parle à Jeanne et Marie, je leur parle. Have a look at the following examples. Here the personal pronouns all function as indirect objects. Je vous donne ma voiture. Jeanne lui dit quelque chose. Il nous recommande ce film. Je t'écris deux lettres. Il leur apprend tout. Il m'offre une bague. Let's repeat. Je vous donne ma voiture. Jeanne lui dit quelque chose. Il nous recommande ce film. Je t'écris deux lettres. Il leur apprend tout. Il m'offre une bague. In questions with inversion and negatives, the pronoun comes immediately before the verb. Lui parles-tu de ta vie? Leur vends-tu ta maison? Il ne nous dit pas la vérité. M'envoyez-vous les lettres? Let's repeat. Lui parles-tu de ta vie? Leur vends-tu ta maison? Il ne nous dit pas la vérité. M'envoyez-vous les lettres? In this lecture, we'll discuss some of the most common French prepositions. Prepositions tend to be used differently in different languages, which is why there is no one-to-one correspondence between English and French prepositions. But let's have a look at how they are most typically used. The preposition à. You already know that the preposition à is used with indirect objects. This preposition is actually used in a lot of ways in French. Here are some most typical uses. J'habite à Dijon. Nous allons à Nice. Il arrive à la plage. Le cinéma est à gauche. Les immeubles sont à droite. Vous restez à la maison. Let's repeat. J'habite à Dijon. Nous allons à Nice. Il arrive à la plage. Le cinéma est à gauche. Les immeubles sont à droite. Vous restez à la maison. If the noun following the preposition à is accompanied by the definite article le, then these two words, the preposition and the article, are contracted into one word. It only works if the article is in its full form, which means not with an apostrophe. Have a look. À plus le gives au. Instead of saying à le théâtre, we say au théâtre. Instead of saying à le cinéma, we say au cinéma. Instead of saying à le parc, we say au parc. But there is no contraction in the last example. We say à l'étage because here the article is not in its full form. It's shortened. Let's repeat. Au théâtre, au cinéma, au parc, à l'étage. Also in plural, if the noun following the preposition à is accompanied by the definite article le, then these two words, the preposition and the article, are contracted into one word. À plus le gives au. Have a look. Instead of saying à les amis, we say aux amis. Instead of saying à les filles, we say aux filles. Instead of saying à les fenêtres, we say aux fenêtres. Instead of saying à les enfants, we say aux enfants. Before vowels, we have liaisons, so we say aux amis, aux enfants. Let's repeat. Aux amis, aux filles, aux fenêtres, aux enfants. The preposition de. The preposition de also belongs to the most frequently used prepositions in French. It's used to mark possession like of in English, and also direction from a place. Before vowels and silent H, it's shortened to de with apostrophe. Let's have a look at some examples. Où est la maison de Pierre? Marie vient d'Orléans. J'ai une bouteille de vin. Les rues de la ville sont étroites. On parle de l'argent. Let's repeat. Où est la maison de Pierre? Marie vient d'Orléans. J'ai une bouteille de vin. Les rues de la ville sont étroites. On parle de l'argent. De, just like a, is contracted with the definite article le if they happen to both appear before a noun. Again, the two are not contracted if the article is in its short form le with apostrophe. Here's how it works. De plus le gives du. Instead of saying de le théâtre, we say du théâtre. Instead of saying de le cinéma, we say du cinéma. Instead of saying de le parc, we say du parc. But we do say de l'ami, because here we have the short form of the article. Let's repeat. Du théâtre, du cinéma, du parc, de l'ami. In plural, de is contracted with the definite article le. Have a look. De plus le gives de. So instead of saying de les amis, we say deux amis. Instead of saying de les filles, we say deux filles. Instead of saying de les toilettes, we say deux toilettes. Instead of saying de les enfants, we say des enfants. And again, before vowels in silent H, we have liaisons. So we say des amis, des enfants. Let's repeat. Des amis, des filles, des toilettes, des enfants. The preposition avec. Another common preposition is avec. It corresponds more or less to the English with. Have a look. Elle travaille avec mon ami. Je le coupe avec un couteau. Michel danse avec Marie. Vous le faites avec plaisir. Let's repeat. Elle travaille avec mon ami. Je le coupe avec un couteau. Michel danse avec Marie. Vous le faites avec plaisir. The preposition par. The next preposition, par, is used in a couple of ways. In my intermediate level course, we'll find out that it's also used in passive voice. But now have a look at these. Il passe par Nancy. Le voleur entre par la fenêtre. Il y a 2 pommes par personne. Il le fait par amour. Let's repeat. Il passe par Nancy. Le voleur entre par la fenêtre. Il y a 2 pommes par personne. Il le fait par amour. The preposition sans. Another common preposition is sans. This one is used just like without in English. Il parle sans écouter. Elle vient sans son mari. Je bois mon thé sans sucre. Nous le faisons sans difficulté. Let's repeat. Il parle sans écouter. Elle vient sans son mari. Je bois mon thé sans sucre. Nous le faisons sans difficulté. The preposition pour. Pour is another preposition that is used in a lot of different ways. Its basic meaning is for, but it's also often used to mean in order to. Have a look. J'ai quelque chose pour Henri. Il y a 2 livres pour les enfants. Je travaille dur pour gagner beaucoup. Il étudie beaucoup pour savoir davantage. Let's repeat. J'ai quelque chose pour Henri. Il y a 2 livres pour les enfants. Je travaille dur pour gagner beaucoup. Il étudie beaucoup pour savoir davantage. The preposition entre. Now have a look at the preposition entre. It means between. Nous sommes entre la maison et l'arbre. Il y a une différence entre Pierre et Marc. Le lac est entre la ville et le désert. Il y a une rivière entre les 2 villes. Let's repeat. Nous sommes entre la maison et l'arbre. Il y a une différence entre Pierre et Marc. Le lac est entre la ville et le désert. Il y a une rivière entre les deux villes. The preposition en. The next preposition is en. It has quite a lot of meanings as well. Here are some of them. On va en France. J'habite en ville. Nous voyageons en avion. Il neige en hiver. Let's repeat. On va en France. J'habite en ville. Nous voyageons en avion. Il neige en hiver. After prepositions, we use the so-called tonic forms of personal pronouns. In this lecture, we'll learn these forms and see how to use them. Tonic personal pronouns. We already know the forms of personal pronouns used as subjects, direct objects, and indirect objects. There's one more thing to learn. What if a personal pronoun is accompanied by a preposition? Well, after prepositions like à, de, avec, pour, par, sans, entre, en, we use the following personal pronouns. Moi, toi, lui, elle, nous, vous, eux, elle. Let's repeat. Moi, toi, lui, elle, nous, vous, eux, elle. The easiest way to see how it works is to look at some examples. Je ne veux pas vivre sans eux. C'est pour lui. Il parle de nous. Je donne le livre à vous. Elle danse avec moi. Il est assis entre toi et elle. Let's repeat. Je ne veux pas vivre sans eux. C'est pour lui. Il parle de nous. Je donne le livre à vous. Elle danse avec moi. Il est assis entre toi et elle. We already know how to use personal pronouns as direct objects or indirect objects. But what if we need both in one sentence? In this lecture, we'll see how to cope with that. Order of pronouns. If we have both the direct and indirect object in one sentence, they must appear in proper order. The order depends on whether they are expressed by nouns or personal pronouns. When the two objects are both expressed by pronouns, then the order depends on which pronouns they are. In most cases, the indirect pronoun comes first, but in the third person singular and plural, it's the direct object that comes first. Below are all the pronouns in appropriate orders. The direct objects are in blue, the indirect ones are in red. As you can see in the first and second person singular and plural, we have the indirect object first, and then comes the direct object. So for example, we say me la, te la, nous le, vous le, and so on. But in the third person singular and plural, the direct object comes first. So we say le lui, la leur, le lui, etc. Below are some examples with two objects. Again, direct objects are in blue, indirect ones are in red. Watch the order. Il me donne le livre. Il me le donne. Il te donne le livre. Il te le donne. Il lui donne le livre. Il le lui donne. Il donne le livre à Paul. Il le lui donne. Il nous donne le livre. Il nous le donne. Il vous donne le livre. Il vous le donne. Il leur donne le livre. Il le leur donne. Il donne le livre à Marie et Paul. Il le leur donne. As you can see, in most cases, the indirect object comes first. But in the third person, singular and plural, it's the direct object that comes first. You can see it by the color. Let's repeat. Il me donne le livre. Il me le donne. Il te donne le livre. Il te le donne. Il lui donne le livre. Il le lui donne. Il donne le livre à Paul. Il le lui donne. Il nous donne le livre. Il nous le donne. Il vous donne le livre. Il vous le donne. Il leur donne le livre. Il le leur donne. Il donne le livre à Marie et Paul. Il le leur donne. Objects may be nouns or pronouns. Have a look at what possible combinations there are. On the left, we have an example with the indirect object being in the first person plural, and in the example on the right, the indirect object is in the third person singular. So let's start with the part on the left. Paul explique la leçon à nous. Here the direct object is la leçon, the indirect object is à nous. So the direct object comes first. Next we have Paul l'explique à nous. Here the direct object was replaced with a pronoun and now it's before the verb. Paul l'explique à nous. Next we have Paul nous explique la leçon. Here the indirect object was expressed by a pronoun, nous, and now it precedes the verb. And the direct object, which is now expressed by a noun, la leçon, comes after the verb. And finally, we have two pronouns. Paul nous l'explique. Here, both objects are expressed by pronouns, and the indirect object comes first. Il nous l'explique. Il nous l'explique. Let's repeat. Paul explique la leçon à nous. Paul l'explique à nous. Paul nous explique la leçon. Paul nous l'explique. And now let's have a look at the example on the right. Paul explique la leçon à Marie. Here, the direct object and the indirect object are both expressed by nouns. So the direct object comes first. Then we have Paul l'explique à Marie. Here, the direct object is expressed by a pronoun and it precedes the verb. Next we have Paul lui explique la leçon. Here, the indirect object is expressed by a pronoun and it precedes the verb. And in the final example, Paul la lui explique. Here both direct and indirect objects are expressed by pronouns, and the direct object now precedes the indirect object. Let's repeat. Paul explique la leçon à Marie. Paul l'explique à Marie. Paul lui explique la leçon. Paul la lui explique. As you have a closer look at these two examples, we can see that actually there's only a difference in the last one. Here we have two objects expressed by pronouns. In the example on the left, we have the indirect object before the direct object, and in the example on the right, it's the other way around. In this lecture, we'll see how personal pronouns behave when the verb form is an infinitive or imperative. Personal pronouns with infinitives. If the object is expressed by a pronoun, it immediately precedes the verb. If it's expressed by a noun, it follows it. Have a look. Paul veut donner le livre à Marie. Paul veut le donner à Marie. Paul veut lui donner le livre. Paul veut le lui donner. In the last example, we have two pronouns, one to express the direct and one to express the indirect object, and the order is just like we discussed in the previous lecture. So in this example, the direct object comes first. Paul veut le lui donner. Let's repeat. Paul veut donner le livre à Marie. Paul veut le donner à Marie. Paul veut lui donner le livre. Paul veut le lui donner. Personal pronouns with imperatives. What about imperatives? Well, in positive imperatives, the pronouns follow the verb and are attached to it by hyphens. The first and second person singular become moi and toi, respectively. What's more, the direct object always comes first. In negative imperatives, however, the pronouns immediately precede the verb. And in the first and second person singular, we use me and te, respectively. Have a look. Prête-moi le livre. Ne me prête pas le livre. Prête-lui le livre. Ne lui prête pas le livre. Prête-le à Sophie. Ne le prête pas à Sophie. Prête-le-moi. Ne me le prête pas. Prête-le leur. Ne le leur prête pas. Let's repeat. Prête-moi le livre. Ne me prête pas le livre. Prête-lui le livre. Ne lui prête pas le livre. Prête-le à Sophie. Ne le prête pas à Sophie. Prête-le-moi. Ne me le prête pas. Prête-le leur. Ne le leur prête pas. And here's some more examples. Ne leur parlons pas. Aidez-nous. Donnons-les leur. Ne me passe pas le pain. Let's repeat. Ne leur parlons pas. Aidez-nous. Donnons-les leur. Ne me passe pas le pain. In this lecture, we'll talk about reciprocal verbs. These verbs are used for mutual actions, where in English we usually use each other. Reciprocal pronouns. Depending on the verb, reciprocal pronouns have the meaning of either direct or indirect object, but the forms are the same, nous, vous, and ce, before vowels spelled with an apostrophe. Have a look at the following examples. Nous nous parlons. Vous vous parlez. Ils se parlent. Let's repeat. Nous nous parlons. Vous vous parlez. Ils se parlent. Here are some more examples. Nous nous voyons chaque jour. Elles s'écrivent. Vous vous aimez. Ils s'aident. Ils veulent se voir. Nous nous connaissons. Elles doivent se regarder. Let's repeat. Nous nous voyons chaque jour. Elles s'écrivent. Vous vous aimez. Ils s'aident. Ils veulent se voir. Nous nous connaissons. Elles doivent se regarder. We can also use the pronoun on, which is often used instead of nous. Then the verb is singular. Have a look. On se regarde. On se voit souvent. On se donne de cadeaux. Let's repeat. On se regarde. On se voit souvent. On se donne de cadeaux.
Salut, hi. In this section, we're going to talk about verbal constructions, about different forms of verbs. We're going to talk about impersonal forms, about infinitives, about participles, both present participles and past participles. we're going to learn some constructions which are used to talk about the future and about the past, and correspond to expressions like going to in English, or to say that you just did something. So there's quite a lot of stuff in this section, and now let's get to work.
Sometimes it doesn't matter who does something. What matters is the action itself. In such cases, you use constructions like one says, they do, or you know in English. You already know that in French we have a special pronoun, on. In this lecture we'll recapitulate on how to use it and we'll learn something new about it. The pronoun on always takes the third person singular form of the verb. On travaille beaucoup. On dit que. Let's repeat. On travaille beaucoup. On dit que. Here are some examples. On voit la mer de ma fenêtre. On ne chante pas cette chanson. Let's repeat. On voit la mer de ma fenêtre. On ne chante pas cette chanson. In speech, the pronoun on is often used to replace any other pronoun. The verb is always used in the same form, but if it's followed by an adjective, the adjective agrees with the gender understood behind the pronoun on. It's easier to see in the examples. On the left we have sentences with all the personal pronouns. On the right we have the same sentences with the pronouns replaced by on. So the meaning of the second sentence is actually the same, but you can hear subjects expressed by either the personal pronouns je, tu, il, etc., or by the pronoun on. The adjective used in the examples below is inquiet, which means worried or concerned. The feminine form is inquiète. Watch the adjectives. Je suis inquiet, or on est inquiet. Je suis inquiète, or on est inquiète. Tu es inquiet, or on est inquiet. Tu es inquiète, or on est inquiète. Il est inquiet, or on est inquiet. Elle est inquiète, or on est inquiète. Nous sommes inquiets, or on est inquiet. Nous sommes inquiètes, or on est inquiète. As you can see here, the adjectives are in plural. Vous êtes inquiet, or on est inquiet. Vous êtes inquiète, or on est inquiète. Ils sont inquiets, or on est inquiet. Elles sont inquiètes, or on est inquiète. So as you can see on the right, the verb is always in the third person singular, on est. But the adjective takes the form that it would take if the pronoun was not replaced by on. So it may be masculine, feminine, singular, plural, whatever. Long. In more formal language, we can use long instead of on. This is especially the case after words like et, ou, que, qui, or si. You may also leave on as is. The meaning doesn't change. In English, we can use one of the personal pronouns or one, depending on what subject is understood behind on. Below are some examples. Have a look. Et on va, or et l'on va. Si on veut, or si l'on veut. Où on vient, or où l'on vient. Où on habite, or où l'on habite. Qu'on est, or que l'on est. À qui on donne, or à qui l'on donne. Let's repeat. Et on va, et l'on va. Si on veut, si l'on veut. Où on vient, où l'on vient. Où on habite, où l'on habite. Qu'on est, que l'on est. À qui on donne, à qui l'on donne. Present participles, which are the subject of this lecture, are widely used in French. They correspond to the English present participles ending in ing. We'll see how to make the regular forms of present participles and learn a few irregular ones. Regular present participle forms. The regular present participles are based on the first person plural forms. We have to replace the ending on by un. Reflexive verbs behave exactly the same way. We just have to maintain the reflexive pronouns. Have a look at some examples. Nous parlons, parlant. Nous finissons, finissant. Nous répondons, répondant. Nous mangeons, mangeant. Nous voyons, voyant. Let's repeat. Parlant, finissant, répondant, mangeant, voyant. Fortunately, there are only 3 verbs with irregular present participles. Here they are. Être, étant. Avoir, ayant. Savoir, sachant. Let's repeat. Étant, ayant, sachant. Many present participles can be used as adjectives. Then they must agree in number and gender with the noun they modify. Have a look. Amuser, amusant. Un homme amusant. Une femme amusante. Des hommes amusants. De femmes amusantes. Let's repeat. Un homme amusant. Une femme amusante. Des hommes amusants. De femmes amusantes. Here are some examples. Épuisé. C'est un sport épuisant. Fasciné. Elle raconte des histoires fascinantes. Émouvoir. Ce sont des moments émouvants. Frapper. Cette ressemblance est vraiment frappante. Let's repeat. C'est un sport épuisant. Elle raconte des histoires fascinantes. Ce sont des moments émouvants. Cette ressemblance est vraiment frappante. Present participles can be used as verbs as well. Then they are invariable. Have a look. Voyant le policier, il commence à courir. Traversant la rue, le garçon siffle. N'étant pas intelligent, il ne comprend pas le livre. Let's repeat. Voyant le policier, il commence à courir. Traversant la rue, le garçon siffle. N'étant pas intelligent, il ne comprend pas le livre. Present participles are often preceded by un. Then they are used to describe a relationship of simultaneity or manner between two actions. Have a look at the following examples. Simultaneity. J'écoute la radio en conduisant. Here, the two actions, listening and driving, are simultaneous. And now manner. Nous apprenons le français en regardant des films. Here, watching is how we learn the language, so it's manner. Let's repeat. J'écoute la radio en conduisant. Nous apprenons le français en regardant des films. Infinitives are used in a couple of ways in French. In this lecture, we'll see how they are used after prepositions and as subjects. We'll also see how to make negative infinitives. Infinitives after prepositions. Infinitives after prepositions often correspond to gerunds in English. Have a look. Je passe mon temps à lire. Il le ferme avant de sortir. Elle sort au lieu de rester. En dépit d'être vieux, il fonctionne. Let's repeat. Je passe mon temps à lire. Il le ferme avant de sortir. Elle sort au lieu de rester. En dépit d'être vieux, il fonctionne. Infinitives as subjects. Infinitives may function as subjects. They usually correspond to the ing forms in English. Chanter est amusant. Voyager avec toi est terrible. Rester ici est trop risqué. Faire la cuisine est difficile. Let's repeat. Chanter est amusant. Voyager avec toi est terrible. Rester ici est trop risqué. Faire la cuisine est difficile. Negative infinitives. If an infinitive must be negated, the whole negation, ne pas, precedes it, instead of the two parts surrounding the verb. Have a look. Être, ne pas être. Aller, ne pas aller. Venir, ne pas venir. Faire, ne pas faire. Avoir, ne pas avoir. Let's repeat. Ne pas être. Ne pas aller. Ne pas venir. Ne pas faire. Ne pas avoir. Infinitives can be used as objects after some verbs of perception. In this lecture, we'll see how to do it. We'll also talk about the word order in such sentences according to whether the infinitive has a subject, an object, and whether these are expressed by a noun or a pronoun. Verbs of perception. The construction we're going to talk about is based on verbs of perception. So what are the verbs of perception? Well, these are verbs that are used to say what our senses do. Here belong the following verbs: voir, to see; entendre, to hear; regarder, to watch; écouter, to listen to; apercevoir, to notice; sentir, to feel. We can have three situations. 1. The infinitive has a subject but no object. 2. The infinitive has an object but no subject. And 3. The infinitive has both a subject and an object. Let's start with the first case. An infinitive has a subject if the noun or pronoun accompanying it is the performer of the action expressed by the infinitive. Now, if the subject is a noun, it follows the verb of perception, either before or after the infinitive. If it's a pronoun, it precedes the verb of perception. Have a look at some examples. Je vois la fille danser. Je vois danser la fille. Je la vois danser. So in the first and second example, the subject is expressed by the noun la fille, and it may be either before or after the infinitive danser. In the third example, the subject is expressed by the pronoun la, and it must precede the inflected verb of perception, voir. Je la vois danser. Here are some more examples. J'entends les enfants chanter. J'entends chanter les enfants. Je les entends chanter. Je sens le vent souffler. Je sens souffler le vent. Je le sens souffler. Let's repeat. Je vois la fille danser. Je vois danser la fille. Je la vois danser. J'entends les enfants chanter. J'entends chanter les enfants. Je les entends chanter. Je sens le vent souffler. Je sens souffler le vent. Je le sens souffler. The second case is an infinitive with an object but no subject. We know that the noun or pronoun that accompanies the infinitive is an object if it is the one upon which the action expressed by the infinitive is performed. If the subject is a noun, it follows both the verb of perception and the infinitive. If it's a pronoun, it precedes the verb of perception. Have a look at some examples. Je regarde peindre le mur. Here, le mur is the object because it's what the action is performed on. They are painted, so the action of painting is performed on the walls. This object is expressed by noun, so it follows the verb of perception and the infinitive. But in the second example we have Je le regarde peindre. Here the object is expressed by a pronoun and now it precedes the verb of perception. In the other examples we have J'écoute chanter la chanson. Je l'écoute chanter. Je vois manger la pomme. Je la vois manger. Let's repeat. Je regarde peindre le mur. Je le regarde peindre. J'écoute chanter la chanson. Je l'écoute chanter. Je vois manger la pomme. Je la vois manger. Our last case is an infinitive with both a subject and an object. Here things get a little more complicated. The general rule is that the subject is always earlier in the sentence than the object. In the easiest case, both the subject and the object are expressed by nouns. Then the subject is before the infinitive and the object is after it. Have a look. J'entends les enfants chanter. J'entends chanter les enfants. J'entends chanter la chanson. In the first two examples, we have a subject, les enfants, and in the third example, we have an object, la chanson. Now we have our last example with both the subject and the object. J'entends les enfants chanter la chanson. And here, the subject is earlier than the object. So first we have les enfants, and only after that we have la chanson. Let's repeat. J'entends les enfants chanter. J'entends chanter les enfants. J'entends chanter la chanson. J'entends les enfants chanter la chanson. If the subject is expressed by a pronoun, it precedes the verb of perception. Have a look. Je les entends chanter. J'entends chanter la chanson. And again, in the first example, we have just the subject, le. In the second example, we have just the object, la chanson. And now we have an example with both the subject and the object. Je les entends chanter la chanson. And here the subject, which is expressed by the pronoun le, precedes the verb of perception. Je les entends chanter la chanson. Let's repeat. Je les entends chanter. J'entends chanter la chanson. Je les entends chanter la chanson. Now, if the object is expressed by a pronoun, it precedes the infinitive. Have a look. J'entends les enfants chanter. Je l'entends chanter. Again, in the first example, we have just the subject, les enfants. In the second example, we have just the object, le. And now we have both the subject and the object. J'entends les enfants la chanter. So here, the subject is before the object, and the object is before the infinitive. Let's repeat. J'entends les enfants chanter. Je l'entends chanter. J'entends les enfants la chanter. Finally, we can have both the subject and the object expressed by pronouns. In such a case, the subject comes before the verb of perception and the object after it. Have a look. Je les entends chanter. Je l'entends chanter. And here again we have the first sentence with just the subject and the second sentence with just the object. And now we have a sentence with both the subject and the object, and both the subject and the object are expressed by pronouns. So, have a look. Je les entends la chanter. First comes the subject, le, then comes the object, la, and between these two comes the verb of perception. Let's repeat. Je les entends chanter. Je l'entends chanter. Je les entends la chanter. In this lecture, we'll talk about a construction that corresponds to the English to be going to. And just like in English, it's used to talk about plans or intentions, but also about predictions based on current circumstances. This construction is easy because it has an almost identical counterpart in English. What we need is the verb aller and the infinitive. Here's the full conjugation. Aller plus infinitive to be going to do something. Je vais chanter. Tu vas acheter. Il va pleuvoir. Nous allons rester. Vous allez prendre. Ils vont faire. Let's repeat. Je vais chanter. Tu vas acheter. Il va pleuvoir. Nous allons rester. Vous allez prendre. Ils vont faire. Have a look at the following examples. Nous allons vendre notre maison en juin. On va faire un voyage en France. Je vais apprendre l'anglais. Qu'est-ce que tu vas faire maintenant? Ils ne vont pas accepter leur invitation. Let's repeat. Nous allons vendre notre maison en juin. On va faire un voyage en France. Je vais apprendre l'anglais. Qu'est-ce que tu vas faire maintenant? Ils ne vont pas accepter leur invitation. In this lecture, we'll talk about a construction that is used for immediate past and corresponds to the English past forms with just. In this construction, we use the verb venir followed by de and the infinitive. Here is the full conjugation. Venir de plus infinitive. Just did something. Je viens de terminer. Tu viens de dire. Il vient de partir. Nous venons d'acheter. Vous venez de manger. Ils viennent d'écrire. Let's repeat. Je viens de terminer. Tu viens de dire. Il vient de partir. Nous venons d'acheter. Vous venez de manger. Ils viennent d'écrire. Here are some examples. L'avion vient d'atterrir à l'aéroport. Le train vient d'arriver. Les filles viennent d'entrer dans la chambre. La vieille vient de mourir. Let's repeat. L'avion vient d'atterrir à l'aéroport. Le train vient d'arriver. Les filles viennent d'entrer dans la chambre. La vieille vient de mourir. Infinitives in French are often used along with other verbs. Such constructions may follow one of the three basic patterns. 1. Inflected verb plus infinitive. 2. Inflected verb plus a plus infinitive. 3. Inflected verb plus deux plus infinitive. In this lecture, we'll see some examples of verbs following each of the above patterns. Inflected verb plus infinitive. In its simplest form, the conjugated verb may be followed directly by the infinitive. Here are some examples of such verbs. Aimer. J'aime chanter. Aller. Tu vas rester. Désirer. Il désire parler. Détester. Elle déteste danser. Pouvoir. Nous pouvons manger. Vouloir. Paul veut aller. Préférer. Je préfère rester. Devoir. Vous devez choisir. Savoir. Ils savent nager. Espérer. J'espère le trouver. Venir. On vient t'aider. Let's repeat. J'aime chanter. Tu vas rester. Il désire parler. Elle déteste danser. Nous pouvons manger. Paul veut aller. Je préfère rester. Vous devez choisir. Ils savent nager. J'espère le trouver. On vient t'aider. Before we proceed to see the next group of verbs, there's one more verb worth mentioning that takes a bare infinitive just like the ones before. The verb is falloir. This verb is usually used in the third person singular, il faut, to say that something is necessary, something must be done. Here are some examples. Il faut aller. Il faut le faire. Il faut vendre la maison. Il faut trouver une solution. Let's repeat. Il faut aller. Il faut le faire. Il faut vendre la maison. Il faut trouver une solution. Inflected verb plus a plus infinitive. And now let's move on to the next group of verbs discussed in this lecture. There are lots of verbs that are used with an infinitive preceded by the preposition a. For example, aider. J'aide Jean à écrire la lettre. Arriver. On arrive à le terminer. Hésiter. Il hésite à le dire. Inviter. Il l'invite à lui rendre visite. réussir. Il réussit à trouver un emploi. Tenir. Je tiens à les acheter. Chercher. On cherche à gagner plus. Servir. Le couteau sert à couper. Commencer. Il commence à pleuvoir. Continuer. On continue à travailler. Enseigner. Il enseigne à Paul à écrire. Let's repeat. J'aide Jean à écrire la lettre. On arrive à le terminer. Il hésite à le dire. Il l'invite à lui rendre visite. Il réussit à trouver un emploi. Je tiens à les acheter. On cherche à gagner plus. Le couteau sert à couper. Il commence à pleuvoir. On continue à travailler. Il enseigne à Paul à écrire. Finally, the third group of verbs. Here belong verbs that are used with an infinitive preceded by the preposition de. Like, for example, the following. Dire. Il nous dit de ne pas le faire. Accepter. J'accepte de payer. Conseiller. Je te conseille de rester. Demander. Il demande à Paul de le dire. Finir. Nous finissons de le lire. Avoir peur. J'ai peur de parler. Refuser. Il refuse d'aller. Choisir. Ils choisissent de rester. Décider. On décide de la vendre. Oublier. N'oublie pas de m'aider. Essayer. Nous essayons de dormir. Permettre. Je permets à Jean de rester. Promettre. Je te promets de t'aider. Regretter. Il regrette de ne pas essayer. Rêver. On rêve de gagner. Let's repeat. Il nous dit de ne pas le faire. J'accepte de payer. Je te conseille de rester. Il demande à Paul de lui dire. Nous finissons de le lire. J'ai peur de parler. Il refuse d'aller. Ils choisissent de rester. On décide de la vendre. N'oublie pas de m'aider. Nous essayons de dormir. Je permets à Jean de rester. Je te promets de t'aider. Il regrette de ne pas essayer. On rêve de gagner. We already know present participles. In this lecture, we'll talk about the other type of participles, the past participles, which are used to construct compound tenses. Here, we'll start with the regular ones. Past participles of regular verbs. Past participle of regular verbs are formed by means of endings. There's one ending for the ER verbs, one for the IR verbs, and another for the RA verbs. Have a look. Acheter, acheté. Finir, fini. Perdre, perdu. So the endings are e, I, u, respectively. Let's repeat. Acheter, fini, perdu. Past participles may be used as adjectives. If this is the case, they must agree with the noun, which means they must have the same number and gender. Have a look at the examples. Blessé. Un garçon blessé. Une fille blessée. Deux garçons blessés. Deux filles blessées. Although in spoken language, these forms are pronounced in the same way, there are differences in spelling. Let's repeat. Un garçon blessé. Une fille blessée. Deux garçons blessés. Deux filles blessées. The other verb is tuer. The past participle is tuer. Have a look. Un homme tué par un tigre. Une femme tuée par un tigre. Des hommes tués par un tigre. Des femmes tuées par un tigre. Let's repeat. Un homme tué par un tigre. Une femme tuée par un tigre. Des hommes tués par un tigre. De femmes tuées par un tigre. Past participles may express the result of an action. Have a look. Le signal est perdu. La guerre est finie. Les maisons sont vendues. So, perdu, fini, vendu, these are results of the actions of losing, finishing, or selling something. Let's repeat. Le signal est perdu. La guerre est finie. Les maisons sont vendues. A couple of verbs have irregular past participle forms. In this lecture, we'll have a look at them. Verbs ending in wir. As usual, there must be a few verbs that don't want to play in the band, and we have to learn their irregular forms. There's no way around it. Here are the first irregular past participles. They all look similar and have one thing in common. Their infinitives end in wir, which turns into oui in past participles. Have a look. Construire, construit. Conduire, conduit. Réduire, réduit. Traduire, traduit. Produire, produit. And some examples. Les machines produites dans l'usine. Des documents traduits en français. Une maison construite de bois. Let's repeat. Les machines produites dans l'usine. Des documents traduits en français. Une maison construite de bois. Verbs ending in rire. In the next group of irregular verbs, we have verbs with infinitives ending in rire. The past participle forms end in er. Have a look. Couvrir, couvert. Découvrir, découvert. Offrir, offert. Ouvrir, ouvert. Souffrir, souffert. And some examples. L'étoile découverte par l'astronome. La somme offerte à Jean. Un magasin ouvert depuis hier. Let's repeat. L'étoile découverte par l'astronome. La somme offerte à Jean. Un magasin ouvert depuis hier. Verbs ending in andre. In the next group of irregular verbs, we have verbs with infinitives ending in andre or andre. The past participle forms end in un or un respectively. Have a look. Peindre, peint. Feindre, feint. Craindre, craint. And some examples. Le monstre craint par les enfants. Des murs peints en rouge. Let's repeat. Le monstre craint par les enfants. Des murs peints en rouge. Verbs with past participles ending in t. Then we have a group of verbs with infinitives ending in ir. What they have in common is that their past participles end in t. Have a look. Dire, dit. Écrire, écrit. Faire, fait. And some examples. Une lettre écrite par Georges. Un mot dit à voix basse. Let's repeat. Une lettre écrite par Georges. Un mot dit à voix basse. Verbs with past participles ending in e. Then there's a small group of verbs with infinitives ending in r, whose past participles end in e. Have a look. Rire, rit. Suivre, suivi. And an example. Un attentat suivi d'une guerre. Let's repeat. Un attentat suivi d'une guerre. Verbs with past participles ending in u. There are also quite a few verbs with infinitives ending in r, war, or something like that, with past participles ending in u, or exceptionally in u with an accent. Have a look. Avoir, eu. Boire, bu. Devoir, deux. Pleuvoir, plus. Pouvoir, que. Recevoir, reçu. Falloir, fallu. lire, lu, savoir, su, vivre, vécu, plaire, plus, vouloir, voulu. And some examples. Une lettre reçue aujourd'hui. 2 livres lus par moi. L'eau bue par nous. Let's repeat. Une lettre reçue aujourd'hui. 2 livres lus par moi. L'eau bue par nous. Verbs with past participles ending in s. Then we have a group of verbs with infinitives ending in r or ir. What they have in common is that their past participles end in e. Have a look. Acquérir, acquis. Prendre, pris. Comprendre, compris. Apprendre, appris. Mettre, mis. And some examples. Les assiettes mises sur la table. Une leçon apprise. Une décision prise par mon chef. Let's repeat. Les assiettes mises sur la table. Une leçon apprise. Une décision prise par mon chef. Other irregular past participles. Finally, let's have a look at some other common irregular past participles that didn't fit anywhere else. Être, était, mourir, mort, naître, né. And some examples. Une vérité morte. Une fille née à l'étranger. Let's repeat. Une vérité morte. Une fille née à l'étranger.
Salut, hi. In this section, we're going to talk about articles, pronouns, and prepositions. We're going to talk about zero articles, so when not to use an article at all. We're going to talk about partitive articles, which are used on a regular basis in French. We're going to talk about possessive pronouns and other kinds of pronouns, like the pronouns un, I, or relative pronouns, for example. We'll also learn how to express degree and intensity as far as adjectives, adverbs, verbs, and even nouns are concerned. So, let's get to work.
Just like in English, we sometimes omit the article. In this lecture we'll see when it's typically the case in French. To start with, we don't use articles after other determiners like combien de, beaucoup de, peu de. Have a look. Combien de chats? Beaucoup d'eau. Beaucoup de pommes. Peu d'argent. Peu de touristes. Let's repeat. Combien de chats? Beaucoup d'eau. Beaucoup de pommes. Peu d'argent. Peu de touristes. Unlike in English, we omit the article before the names of jobs. So we say, Pierre est professeur. Elle est actrice. Je suis boulanger. Tu es boucher. Let's repeat. Pierre est professeur. Elle est actrice. Je suis boulanger. Tu es boucher. There's no article before nationalities either. Actually, nationalities are adjectives, so they must agree in gender and number with the noun. Have a look. Je suis espagnol. Il est polonais. Elle est chinoise. Ils sont russes. Let's repeat. Je suis espagnol. Il est polonais. Elle est chinoise. Ils sont russes. We do not use articles before religions and political groups. Have a look. Je suis catholique. Elle est chrétienne. Tu es musulman. Il est communiste. Let's repeat. Je suis catholique. Elle est chrétienne. Tu es musulman. Il est communiste. In all the cases described above, we do use an article if the name is modified in any way, usually by an adjective. So, without the adjective we say, Sophie est actrice. No article. But with an adjective we say, Sophie est une bonne actrice. So here we do use the article. Michel est chrétien. But Michel est un jeune chrétien. Again, in the first example there is no article, and in the second example we have an adjective and therefore there's an article too. Let's repeat. Sophie est actrice. Sophie est une bonne actrice. Michel est chrétien. Michel est un jeune chrétien. Finally, there's no article if we refer to material or content. Un seul en marbre. Un coffre en bois. Une tasse de thé. Une canette de bière. So there are no articles before the nouns which refer to material or content like here. Marbre, bois, thé, bière. Let's repeat. Un sol en marbre. Un coffre en bois. Une tasse de thé. Une canette de bière. In both English and French, we have definite and indefinite articles. But in French, there is a third type of article, the partitive article. In this lecture, we'll learn how to use it. Let's start with the forms of partitive articles. They are just the same as the definite articles preceded by the preposition de. So we have, in masculine gender, du or de le, in feminine gender, de la or de le. The second form in either of these two examples is used before vowels or silent H naturally. When do we need partitive articles? Generally, we use partitive articles with uncountable nouns if we refer to amounts measured out of a larger whole or a container. In English, we either use no article at all, or sometimes we use some any. Have a look at the following examples. Tu prends du sucre? Il mange du pain. Nous buvons de l'eau. On achète de la viande. So, in the first example, we have du sucre, which means not all the sugar, but just part of it, so some of the sugar. And we have exactly the same thing in the next example, du pain, which means some of the bread, not all of it. And also in the two other examples, we have partitive articles to indicate that we mean only part of something bigger, some amount measured out of something. Let's repeat. Tu prends du sucre? Il mange du pain. Nous buvons de l'eau. On achète de la viande. A lot of abstract nouns are used with partitive articles as well. Have a look. Pierre a du courage. Nous avons de la confiance. Ta maison a du charme. In English, we usually use no articles at all in such cases. Let's repeat. Pierre a du courage. Nous avons de la confiance. Ta maison a du charme. In the negative, we use de instead of the partitive article. Have a look. Elle prend du thé, but elle ne prend pas de thé. Je mange de la viande, but je ne mange pas de viande. Nous buvons de l'eau, but nous ne buvons pas d'eau. Let's repeat. Elle prend du thé. Elle ne prend pas de thé. Je mange de la viande. Je ne mange pas de viande. Nous buvons de l'eau. Nous ne buvons pas d'eau. Partitive articles are often used after the verb être, to be. They're used in general sense where no article is used in English. In the negative, the partitive articles are maintained, unlike after other verbs. Have a look at the following positive, negative pairs of sentences. C'est de la bière anglaise. Ce n'est pas de la bière anglaise. C'est du fromage de chèvre. Ce n'est pas du fromage de chèvre. Here again, the partitives refer to some amount measured out of something bigger. Let's repeat. C'est de la bière anglaise. Ce n'est pas de la bière anglaise. C'est du fromage de chèvre. Ce n'est pas du fromage de chèvre. Possessive pronouns may be used on their own. They are used in a bit different way than in English. In French, they are always accompanied by the definite article. In this lecture, we'll discuss it in detail. In one of the first sections, we were talking about possessive adjectives. In ma voiture, ma is the possessive adjective meaning my. In notre maison, notre is the possessive adjective meaning our. These adjectives are always accompanied by nouns. Besides the possessive adjectives, we have possessive pronouns. There are separate forms of possessive pronouns for each gender and number. Below is the full list of all the possible forms. So, in singular masculine we have le mien, le tien, le sien, le nôtre, le vôtre, le leur. In feminine gender we have la mienne, la tienne, la sienne, la nôtre, la vôtre, la leur. In plural, in masculine gender we have le mien, le tien, le sien, le nôtre, le vôtre, leur. In feminine gender we have le mien, le tien, le sien, le nôtre, le vôtre, le leur. Here are some examples. Mon livre est intéressant. Et le tien? Le mien est ennuyeux. Nos enfants dansent très bien. Et les vôtres? Les nôtres ne dansent pas du tout. Let's repeat. Mon livre est intéressant. Et le tien? Le mien est ennuyeux. Nos enfants dansent très bien. Et les vôtres? Les nôtres ne dansent pas du tout. And some more examples. Ta valise est très lourde. Et la sienne? La sienne est légère. Où sont vos crayons? Les nôtres sont ici. Et les leurs sont là-bas. Let's repeat. Ta valise est très lourde. Et la sienne? La sienne est légère. Où sont vos crayons? Les nôtres sont ici et les leurs sont là-bas. In this lecture we learn how to say that one thing is the same as another. The French word we'll be using a lot in this lecture is même. And we'll also have a look at a couple of other uses of this word. Let's start with the forms. As usual, there are separate forms for each gender and number. In singular masculine, we have le même. In singular feminine, we have la même. So actually, the forms are pretty much the same. In plural, we have le même, in both masculine and feminine gender. Here are some examples so that you can see how même is used. Les deux touristes parlent la même langue. Nous sommes de la même ville. Nous allons au même cinéma. Vous lisez le même livre. As you can see, contractions are also used. So instead of saying à le même cinéma, we use the contracted form au même cinéma. And now let's repeat. Les deux touristes parlent la même langue. Nous sommes de la même ville. Nous allons au même cinéma. Vous lisez le même livre. Même has also another meaning. As an adverb, it means even. Have a look. Même notre professeur fait des erreurs. Même avec un ordinateur, c'est très difficile à faire. Let's repeat. Même notre professeur fait des erreurs. Même avec un ordinateur, c'est très difficile à faire. As you know, after prepositions we use the so-called tonic forms of personal pronouns. In this lecture we'll see how else they are used. Let's have a look at the tonic personal pronouns again. Here they are. Moi, toi, lui, elle, nous, vous, eux, elle. Let's repeat. Moi, toi, lui, elle, nous, vous, eux, elle. And here's again how they're used after prepositions. Nous travaillons pour vous. On va avec eux. Elle parle de moi. Let's repeat. Nous travaillons pour vous. On va avec eux. Elle parle de moi. There's one more form, soit, which is used very much like oneself or itself in English. Have a look. On doit avoir confiance en soi. On reste chez soi. Cela va de soi. Let's repeat. On doit avoir confiance en soi. On reste chez soi. Cela va de soi. The tonic pronouns are used in a lot of different situations. One of them is in compound subjects and objects. Compound subjects and objects are ones consisting of more than one word. We sometimes retain the collective personal pronoun, which would normally replace the compound subject, just for emphasis. We can also omit it. You can see it in the first two examples. So here are the examples. Paul et moi, nous sommes amis. Paul et moi sommes amis. And here are two other examples. C'est pour Jean et toi. Elle danse avec Pierre et moi. Let's repeat. Paul et moi, nous sommes amis. Paul et moi sommes amis. C'est pour Jean et toi. Elle danse avec Pierre et moi. We often use tonic pronouns to emphasize the subject. We then repeat the subject using the unstressed form of the pronoun or the noun. In such cases, the tonic pronoun usually precedes the unstressed form, but may occasionally be found at the end of the sentence too. Have a look. Moi, j'aime parler. Elle est jolie. Lui, il le fait très vite. Ils sont fous, eux. Paul, lui, est triste. So, as you can see in these examples, the tonic pronouns just repeat the information which is already there in the normal, regular, unstressed pronouns. So, moi, j'aime parler means more or less the same as j'aime parler. But we use moi just for emphasis. Let's repeat. Moi, j'aime parler. Elle est jolie. Lui, il le fait très vite. Ils sont fous, eux. Paul, lui, est triste. Tonic pronouns are used in expressions with c'est and ce sont. These expressions are also used to emphasize the subject or object. C'est toi, Michel. C'est nous. C'est lui qui vient. Ce sont eux pour qui je le fais. Let's repeat. C'est toi, Michel. C'est nous. C'est lui qui vient. Ce sont eux pour qui je le fais. We often use the tonic pronouns in expressions with être à. They are used in this way to indicate possession and have the same meaning as the possessive pronouns. So both sentences in each pair mean the same. C'est à moi. C'est le mien. La voiture est à elle. La voiture est la sienne. Ce livre sont à vous. Ce livre sont le vôtre. Let's repeat. C'est à moi. C'est le mien. La voiture est à elle. La voiture est la sienne. Ce livre sont à vous. Ce livre sont les vôtres. Finally, we use the tonic pronouns with mem for emphasis. They correspond to the emphatic pronouns ending in self, selves in English. Have a look. Je le fais moi-même. Elle veut parler elle-même. Les garçons le font eux-mêmes. On répare la voiture soi-même. Let's repeat. Je le fais moi-même. Elle veut parler elle-même. Les garçons le font eux-mêmes. On répare la voiture soi-même. In this lecture, we'll be talking about the pronoun un, which is very frequently used in French. It doesn't have an exact English counterpart, so we have to render its meaning in another way in English. Partitive meaning. The pronoun un may be used in partitive sense. It then replaces the noun preceded by a partitive article and is often translated as some or any. The pronoun always directly precedes the verb. Have a look. Tu prends du café le matin? Oui, je prends du café le matin. Or, oui, j'en prends le matin. Here, un replaces du café, so the noun preceded by a partitive article. Then we have, y a-t-il de l'eau dans la cruche? Oui, il y a de l'eau. Oui, il y en a. And again, un replaces de l'eau. Naturally, we can use un only when we know from the context what it refers to. So we know in the first example that un refers to the coffee, and in the second example, un refers to the water. Let's repeat. Tu prends du café le matin? Oui, je prends du café le matin. Oui, j'en prends le matin. Y a-t-il de l'eau dans la cruche? Oui, il y a de l'eau. Oui, il y en a. We often use the pronoun un to specify the amount of something. It's used if the meaning of the noun replaced is clear. The amount may be expressed by an indefinite article, a number, or words like beaucoup, peu, plusieurs, etc. The article, number, or another amount word is repeated. If the word is followed by deux, the deux is dropped. Have a look. J'ai une voiture. J'en ai une. Je vois plusieurs fleurs. J'en vois plusieurs. Il prend 3 crayons. Il en prend 3. Tu achètes 1 kilo de pommes. Tu en achètes 1 kilo. Let's repeat. J'ai une voiture. J'en ai une. Je vois plusieurs fleurs. J'en vois plusieurs. Il prend 3 crayons. Il en prend 3. Tu achètes 1 kilo de pommes. Tu en achètes 1 kilo. If the noun is preceded by an indefinite article, it's repeated in positive sentences, but not in negative ones. Have a look. Tu as une voiture? Oui, j'en ai une. Non, je n'en ai pas. So as you can see, in the positive answer we have une, so the indefinite article is still there. But in the negative sentence we have je n'en ai pas. So the indefinite article is gone. Let's repeat. Tu as une voiture? Oui, j'en ai une. Non, je n'en ai pas. Un is also used to replace nouns following the preposition de. We do not use it, however, if the noun refers to a person. In such cases, we use the personal pronouns, like in the last example. Have a look. Paul parle de ce livre. Paul en parle. J'ai besoin d'une voiture. J'en ai besoin. Nous sommes fiers de notre pays. Nous en sommes fiers. Tu parles de Marie. Tu parles d'elle. So one thing to notice again is that un is always directly before the inflected form of the verb. The first and the last example seem quite similar, but in the first case we have something which is not a person. We have livre, books, and in the last example we had a person, Marie. And here's the difference. With persons we do not use un, we use de plus personal pronoun. And with objects, things, etc., we use un, like in the first example. Let's repeat. Paul parle de ses livres. Paul en parle. J'ai besoin d'une voiture. J'en ai besoin. Nous sommes fiers de notre pays. Nous en sommes fiers. Tu parles de Marie. Tu parles d'elle. Imperatives. It's quite interesting how we use the pronoun un in imperatives. First of all, in positive imperatives, it's attached to the verb by means of a hyphen. Secondly, if it's the second person singular form, we retain the final s in the imperative form of the verb. In negative imperatives, the final s disappears and the pronoun is again directly before the verb. Have a look. Parle. Parle-en. Ne parle pas. N'en parle pas. Let's repeat. Parle. Parle-en. Ne parle pas. N'en parle pas. In this lecture, we'll be talking about another common pronoun, e. It can be translated as there and is used to replace a location mentioned before. The pronoun e may be used in locative sense. If the location is clear from the context, we don't have to repeat it. That's where e comes into play. The pronoun also always directly precedes the verb. Have a look. Tu vas à l'école? Oui, je vais à l'école. Oui, j'y vais. So here, e replaces à l'école. So it replaces a location which we already know from the context. And in the other example we have, elle habite dans cette ville? Oui, elle habite dans cette ville. Oui, elle y habite. Let's repeat. Tu vas à l'école? Oui, je vais à l'école. Oui, j'y vais. Elle habite dans cette ville? Oui, elle habite dans cette ville. Oui, elle y habite. We also use the pronoun e to replace an object preceded by the preposition a. If the object is a person, we use the appropriate personal pronoun instead. Have a look. Sophie pense à son argent. Sophie y pense. Je tiens à ma maison. J'y tiens. Tu réussis aux examens. Tu y réussis. Let's repeat. Sophie pense à son argent. Sophie y pense. Je tiens à ma maison. J'y tiens. Tu réussis aux examens. Tu y réussis. Imperatives. In imperative mood, the same rules apply as for the pronoun un. So in positive imperatives, e is attached to the verb by means of a hyphen. And if it's the second person singular form, we retain the final s in the imperative form of the verb. In negative imperatives, the final S disappears and the pronoun is again directly before the verb. Have a look. Va à l'école. Vas-y. Ne pense pas à ton travail. N'y pense pas. Let's repeat. Va à l'école. Vas-y. Ne pense pas à ton travail. N'y pense pas. In this lecture, we'll learn how to describe degree and intensity. We'll learn words that can be used to say that something is very big, so big, not very big, quite big, etc. Intensity of adjectives and adverbs. We have lots of words and expressions at our disposal to talk about intensity of adjectives and adverbs. Here are some basic ones. Très. Il est très timide. Si. Il est si timide. Tellement. Il est tellement timide. Un peu. Il est un peu timide. Assez. Il est assez timide. Trop. Il est trop timide. Pas du tout. Il n'est pas du tout timide. In the last example, the verb is negated. Let's repeat. Il est très timide. Il est si timide. Il est tellement timide. Il est un peu timide. Il est assez timide. Il est trop timide. Il n'est pas du tout timide. Intensity of verbs. There are also quite a few words and expressions to talk about the intensity of verbs. Here are the basic ones. Beaucoup. Il travaille beaucoup. Tant. Il travaille tant. Peu. Il travaille peu. Un peu. Il travaille un peu. Trop. Il travaille trop. Pas du tout. Il ne travaille pas du tout. Let's repeat. Il travaille beaucoup. Il travaille tant. Il travaille peu. Il travaille un peu. Il travaille trop. Il ne travaille pas du tout. Nouns. Words like enough, too much, too many, so much, so many, etc. may also refer to nouns. Then they are followed by deux. Have a look. Assez de temps. Tant d'eau. Tant de livres. Beaucoup de gens. Peu de chaises. Un peu de lait. Trop d'arbres. Let's repeat. Assez de temps. Tant d'eau. Tant de livres. Beaucoup de livres. Beaucoup de gens. Peu de chaises. Un peu de lait. Trop d'arbres. Relative pronouns are used to introduce clauses that modify nouns. There are a couple of them, like which, who, whose, where, or when. We will discuss them one by one in this lecture. Qui. One of the most frequently used relative pronouns is qui. It corresponds to who, which, or that in English and functions as the subject. It immediately precedes the verb. Have a look at the following examples. Le docteur qui travaille ici. Le chien qui aboie. La femme qui danse. Le livre qui sent vieux. Un perroquet qui vole. Let's repeat. Le docteur qui travaille ici. Le chien qui aboie. La femme qui danse. Le livre qui sent vieux. Un perroquet qui vole. As you have probably noticed, the relative pronoun qui is always directly followed by the verb. Qui may be used with a preposition. If used this way, it refers to people. La femme avec qui tu parles. Le professeur sans qui nous ne pouvons pas travailler. La fille pour qui je le fais. Let's repeat. La femme avec qui tu parles. Le professeur sans qui nous ne pouvons pas travailler. La fille pour qui je le fais. Que. Another common relative pronoun is que. This pronoun is used as a direct object. Unlike in English, it can't be omitted. It's usually followed by the subject. Have a look. Le chat que tu vois. L'homme que nous connaissons. Les filles qui l'invitent. Les villes que j'aime. Le pays qu'elle veut visiter. Let's repeat. Le chat que tu vois. L'homme que nous connaissons. Les filles qui l'invitent. Les villes que j'aime. Le pays qu'elle veut visiter. Où. Où is also used as a relative pronoun of place and time. It means where or when. Have a look. L'usine où nous travaillons. Le magasin où elle achète tout. La semaine où elle vient. Let's repeat. L'usine où nous travaillons. Le magasin où elle achète tout. La semaine où elle vient. Lequel. There is another relative pronoun, lequel. It has separate forms for each number and gender. Have a look. In singular we have lequel, laquelle. In plural we have lequel, lequel. Let's repeat. Lequel, laquelle, lequel, lequel. We use the relative pronoun lequel with prepositions if we refer to any type of nouns, but if the noun is a person, the preposition qui is more commonly used. The pronoun lequel may be contracted with the preceding preposition. Have a look. À lequel is contracted to auquel. There is no contraction in the feminine gender, à laquelle, and there are two contractions in plural, auquel in masculine gender and auquel in feminine gender. There is also a contraction with the preposition de. So, de lequel is contracted to duquel. Again, de laquelle, there is no contraction. And in plural we have de quel, de quel. Here are some examples with lequel. C'est le couteau avec lequel je vais couper le pain. Il y a deux armoires dans lesquelles nous pouvons le mettre. Les enfants auxquels tu écris attendent ta lettre. Let's repeat. C'est le couteau avec lequel je vais couper le pain. Il y a deux armoires dans lesquelles nous pouvons le mettre. Les enfants auxquels tu écris attendent ta lettre. Dont. There is one more relative pronoun, dont. It's used to replace de qui and the forms of lequel preceded by de, like duquel, de laquelle, de quel, and duquel. It refers to people, animals, abstract nouns, and things. Have a look. Le chien duquel tu as peur. Le chien dont tu as peur. These two mean the same. La femme de laquelle il parle souvent. La femme dont il parle souvent. Les usines de quelles nous sommes fiers. Les usines dont nous sommes fiers. Let's repeat. Le chien duquel tu as peur. Le chien dont tu as peur. La femme de laquelle il parle souvent. La femme dont il parle souvent. Les usines de quelles nous sommes fiers. Les usines dont nous sommes fiers. Dont is sometimes translated as whose in English. Have a look. C'est la maison dont j'adore le jardin. J'ai une amie dont la maison est belle. Je connais une ville dont les parcs sont adorables. Let's repeat. C'est la maison dont j'adore le jardin. J'ai une amie dont la maison est belle. Je connais une ville dont les parcs sont adorables. In this lecture, we'll discuss three pronouns which are used to make questions. First, we'll talk about qui and quoi, used after prepositions, and then we'll move on to the pronoun lequel. Qui. The pronoun qui refers to people. It may be used without or with a preposition. Have a look. Qui invites-tu? Pour qui est ce cadeau? Avec qui est-ce que tu travailles? De qui parlez-vous? À qui est-ce que tu parles? Let's repeat. Qui invites-tu? Pour qui est ce cadeau? Avec qui est-ce que tu travailles? De qui parlez-vous? À qui est-ce que tu parles? Quoi? If the pronoun should refer to nouns other than people, we use quoi after prepositions. Have a look. À quoi est-ce que tu penses? De quoi parle-t-il? Avec quoi est-ce que tu le coupes? Let's repeat. À quoi est-ce que tu penses? De quoi parle-t-il? Avec quoi est-ce que tu le coupes? Lequel? We can also use lequel and the other forms, laquelle, lequel, lequel, in interrogative sentences, just like which one, which ones in English. They may be used with or without prepositions. Have a look. Lequel? Laquelle est-ce que tu veux? Dans laquelle est-ce que tu habites? Auquel est-ce que tu le donnes? Duquel parlez-vous? Let's repeat. Lequel? Laquelle est-ce que tu veux? Dans laquelle est-ce que tu habites? Auquel est-ce que tu le donnes? Duquel parlez-vous? In this lecture, we talk about prepositions used with means of transport. Whereas in English, we usually use the preposition by or on. In French, we use un or a. We use the preposition en with the means of transport that we enter. Have a look. En autobus. En voiture. En train. En avion. En bateau. En métro. Let's repeat. En autobus. En voiture. En train. En avion. En bateau. En métro. We use the preposition a with the means of transport we mount or ride on. We also use it to say that we travel on foot, like in the last example. Have a look. À vélo. À cheval. À motocyclette. À scooter. À pied. Let's repeat. À vélo. à cheval, à motocyclette, à scooter, à pied. In English, we mainly use the prepositions to, in, and from with geographical names. In French, it's a bit more complicated. We have quite a few prepositions to choose from. In this lecture, we'll see when to use each of them. Cities. With cities, we use à for to and in, and de for from. Here are some examples. J'habite à Paris. On va à Nancy. Je rentre de Berlin. Let's repeat. J'habite à Paris. On va à Nancy. Je rentre de Berlin. Islands, states, and countries and islands. With islands and states, or countries located on islands, we also use à for to and in, and de for from. Here are some examples. J'habite à la Martinique. Ils vont à Hawaï. Je rentre d'Haïti. Let's repeat. J'habite à la Martinique. Ils vont à Hawaï. Je rentre d'Haïti. Masculine countries, states, provinces. With masculine countries, states, and provinces, we use au for to and in, and du, de for from. Have a look. J'habite aux États-Unis. On va au Québec. Je rentre du Japon. Let's repeat. J'habite aux États-Unis. On va au Québec. Je rentre du Japon. Masculine countries, states, provinces with dans. With masculine countries, states, and provinces, we can sometimes use dans le for to and in, and du, de le for from. Have a look. J'habite dans l'Ontario. On va dans le Texas. Je rentre du Connecticut. Let's repeat. J'habite dans l'Ontario. On va dans le Texas. Je rentre du Connecticut. Masculine countries starting with a vowel. If the name of the country starts with a vowel, we use un for to and in, and de for from. This refers to masculine countries. Have a look. J'habite en Israël. On va en Irak. Je rentre demain. Let's repeat. J'habite en Israël. On va en Irak. Je rentre demain.
Salut. Hi. We are now arriving at the end of this course. This is a course for beginners, and in this course, I was trying to get you started, to get you up and running with the French language. In this course, we learn the very basics of the language, like spelling and pronunciation, the basics of nouns, adjectives, adverbs, verbs, prepositions, pronouns, articles, and stuff like that. We covered each of the broad topics in detail. In this course, we just managed to touch upon each of them, but now you have good foundations to work on more advanced topics and learn more. I hope you enjoyed this course, and thank you for taking part in this course. And I hope we'll meet in another course one day. Bye. Salut. Hi. This is the last lecture in this course. This was a course for beginners. Now that you have the foundations of the language, you might be thinking what's next. Well, there are a few options out there, but this course is actually the first part of my course of the French language. The next part is called Français Intensif, Intensive French Course for Intermediate Level Students. Well, if you like the language and if you like my course and you want to learn more, then I want to encourage you to join my next course, my next part of this Français Intensif course. In the intermediate level course, we're going to cover quite a lot of stuff, like French tenses, moods, and really much more. So, hopefully see you then. Bye.